Hey, hello? I got it. Thanks. Perfect. He's what? Oh, okay, cool. I'll do that. I'm getting us going, so I'm going to send it after we get started. Okay, cool. Bye bye.
Check, check.
I'm just filling you out as a panelist.
Song, recovery modalities after pickleball exercise. Joe Frasca, neural pickleball. Wait till you hear about that topic. Tim Cuss is going to talk about nutrition, not only nutrition for the pickleball player playing, but he's going to have some thoughts in regards to dealing with the virus, in regards to building our immune system today. We're going to Laura Fenton, Olympian Laura Fenton. Wait till you hear about her background. She's going to be talking about covering the court through geometry. Steve Dawson from Pro Kenix Paddles. Steve Dawson, one of the top players in the world, will be with us today, talking about the mindset of a competitor. That's going to be a great discussion. We also have Janice Mundy from Picklability. If you're traveling, or if you're traveling somewhere and you need some free hosting, or if you're doing a tournament, she's going to be sharing with you a website that we can go to where people want to host you for free. So that's going to be a great site to have. We're also talking to Michelle Escovel, a top professional player, about her philosophy. Scott Moore, one of the greatest players in the sport, will be talking today about like fine wine and pickleball players as we age. A great conversation there. So a lot going on today. I just wanted to thank all of you for hanging in there. We're dealing with this pandemic, and we're all dealing with this together. And we're all anxious to get back on the courts, and there's some good news coming out. So soon we're going to be on the courts playing together, and I can't wait to talk about that. We do have a chat room live. As we're doing our live interviews, if you have a question for one of our panelists, whether it's Mark or Scott or Steve, just go ahead and ask that question. We've got a lot of giveaways today. So make sure you write those questions. We've got a lot of paddles and eyewear, protective wear, CBD shirts, a lot of stuff we're going to give away today. So ask some questions, get involved. Today's going to be a great day, our third and final day of the Pickleball Summit. I want to thank our sponsors for CBD, VitaFlow Sport, Steve Taylor from Digital Spatula did a great job. Myself, love to be a part of this coachable pickleball. I had a question in regards to our training camps. This year, we're actually going out to the communities, especially with this epidemic going on. We're not expecting people to fly to one location. So I wanted to reach out to you. My email address is coachablepickleball@gmail.com. If you want a pickleball camp in your area, just reach out to me. We'll get something set up. We're going to start coming out to the pickleball players out there today. So I want to introduce our next speaker, Mark Ranson. If you know anything about pickleball, if you've been on Facebook or the forum, if you've been in the pickleball community, you know about Mark. Really quickly, he's a professional pickleball coach who travels across North America, delivering pickleball group clinics and private lessons to players at all skill levels, whether you're a beginner or 4.5. Hey, Mark, it's good to see you.
Hey, Brett. Hey, I'm going to turn this light off in the background.
Not a problem. I'm just going to talk about you. I'm going to brag about you for a second.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Mark is the founder of Third Shot Sports, Pickleball Coaching International, and the Pickleball Lab. He delivers broadcast commentary at major events like the US Open, USA Nationals, and the PPA Tour. His area of expertise, and Mark, I can go on and on, but just a few of them.
Please don't.
Right? Tactical and technical training, in-depth video analysis, instructor education, and online pickleball education. I know you're living out of Ontario, Canada. I see you all the time on Facebook.
Yep.
I love your forum. I love what you're doing for the pickleball community. You're just doing nothing but giving back. And we appreciate you taking the time today to talk with us. Today, your topic is training with intelligence, how small things can make a difference when it comes to practicing. And I noticed today on your Facebook post, there was something there about the accordion method training. So
yeah, sure. I can go into it. First, I want to start by thanking you, Brett, and your team and all the people who've been involved with this forum. It's really, it's not up there with playing pickleball, of course, but
right.
It does come in a nice second. It's a nice way to spend some time. Also, thanks for saying those nice words. As well as doing all those things, I'm also full-time parenting these days. So you heard a guest appearance by one of my kids in the background. You might hear
right.
this. Yeah, what I want to talk about today, and I'm hoping that this can be, oh, and we have someone at the door at the same time.
Of course.
I'm hoping that this can be as interactive as possible. So if people have questions about what we're talking about, they can go for it. But one of the questions that I often get from people is like, how do I make my practicing better? So whether I'm a 3.0 player who wants to become a 3.5 or a 3.5 who's hoping to become a 4.0, what are the things that I can do to train? And there have been some people over the last couple of days who talked a little bit about this, but I was hoping to add a little bit my spin on it. And maybe we can start. I have like a deck that I can share if I can share my screen. then maybe we can talk a little bit about that, including this idea of the accordion method. Is that okay?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so let me share my screen here with you. Okay. Let me know, you able to see that? Did you get a nice blue screen, Brett, or is it?
I'm looking at a blue screen right now.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so before I start anything, I just want to talk a little bit about right now. So you mentioned we do something called the Pickleball Lab, and the Pickleball Lab is essentially this experiment we're doing. We call it a pickleball party in your inbox, and every 2 weeks people get this email with all sorts of cool stuff. We can talk about it later, but if you kind of like the work I'm doing on Facebook or the presentation, people might be interested in Pickleball Lab. So yeah, the topic here is training with intelligence, how little things can make a big difference when it comes to practicing. And it seemed to me like it makes sense to sort of start by defining what is it that we mean by training, right? If I go out and I just hit some balls with my friend, if my doubles partner and I go out and we rally a little bit, does that count as training? And I would argue that no, it doesn't. Training is a deliberate effort to improve skill or capability. So if you're going out and just spending time having a little hit, that's great, and there's nothing wrong with that. But let's not confuse that with actual training, right? Training is like deliberate, focused practice. And I wanted to make that distinction early on. Okay. So this accordion method, and I am not going to take credit for this accordion method in general. I borrowed it from a tennis coach friend that I worked with before, but I think it's applicable to what we're doing in pickleball. And the simple version of this is, and if you think of it like the accordion goes in and out and in and out and in and out. And that's the principle we're applying here. And so in a very simplistic way, it's like, hey, for these lessons, or if you're doing your own training, you play and then you practice and then you play. And so if I'm a coach who's working with players, what I would start with is say, hey, let's get them to play. Let's see what their baseline is. Let's get them out there playing a real game of pickleball that I get to observe what they're doing, right? And then after we've observed what they're doing and we identify a few things they might want to work on, then we bring it in and we practice on those specific skills, right? Whatever that might be. And then once they finish doing that, we don't stop there. We in fact bring it back to play. You want to come up there? So it's this idea of this, here's Owen. It's this idea of this consistent coming in and going out and coming in and going out, playing and then practicing and then playing again. So we can do this as a fancy version as well. So here, let's see if I can get the pointer going here. So here's the initial question that the instructor might ask, or if you're training for yourself, right, you might ask like, hey, can I perform this skill adequately? And if the answer is yes, well then what do you don't need to work on this. You can go on to something else, right? Move on to other skills. But let's assume that the answer is no. So that first question is this like an issue of technique? And sometimes people assume every mistake, every error is an issue of technique, and that's not always true. It could be a tactical issue, it could be a physical one, it could be a psychological one, and then you kind of need to go down a specific path over there. But let's assume for the time being, when you hit your third shot drop, let's say as an example, I know Kyle Yates a couple of days ago was talking about the offensive third shot drop using topspin. Let's say you're struggling to do that and it is a technical issue. So here we go. So what we need to do after we've seen this in action, right? We've seen the deficiency, is that we need to isolate it. And so there's different ways that we can feed the ball. We can use just our hands and toss it to our practice partner or to our student. We could use a basket, right? And we could feed it out of the basket, or we can do what's called live ball feed. We don't need to get into all these details, but that's the idea. And the idea here is that you're trying to achieve some sort of level of mastery, right? And I would say that's greater than 70% success. And if you haven't got to that 70% threshold yet, it makes sense then to start to make it a little bit easier and break it down more. But assuming that they have achieved that 70% success, you can now move forward onto playing a game. So remember that accordion, that coming in, that going out, the coming in, going out, that it returns there. So, and then they go back and they play a game, either a real full game or some modified game. So that's kind of the idea here about this, okay? So now the next question we should ask is, well, what is it that makes a good drill? And you've often heard this. Morgan Evans yesterday talked about this as well. the SMART principle. Good drills, they're specific, they're measurable, they're achievable, they're realistic. And Morgan called it trackable for the T. You can also call it timed. And timed means you know when it's coming to an end, right? You know when the drill is over, either after a certain amount of time or after a certain score or something like that. Or it could be trackable, as Morgan said. So this is the idea of good drills. And I think we should also make sure we're clear on what does it mean to really master a skill, right? And here's a nice example of Serena. Don't know how many times it took her to do that, but it's pretty impressive. Anyway, so let's move along here. So when we're talking about mastering a skill, what we're talking about, if you look on the right-hand side of the screen here, is, well, let's see, Brett, can you figure out this distinction based on those two GIFs that I put up there?
The distinction?
Yeah, like one versus the other.
I love the bottom one.
Right. So on the left side of the screen under mastery, I've said consistent on-demand success. That's what I mean, right? And that's not just when there's no pressure, but even when people are watching, or you're in a competitive situation, or the contexts are changing, or something's imperfect, or there's some other kind of pressure, you can still perform the task. So in this example here, the woman brushing her teeth, I am very confident, Brett, that if someone was to say, you know what, Brett, we're going to give you $1 million if you can brush your teeth properly on demand, we're going to put it on TV, we might even ask you to have a few beers beforehand. I am still confident that you have mastered brushing your teeth well enough that even given those difficult conditions, you're going to be successful. Right?
I got it down.
Unlike this guy at the bottom, and that is, look, don't get me wrong, that is a very cool trick. But I'm not willing to bet $1 million that he's going to be able to do that consistently under pressure.
Right.
And so what we're talking about, or at least what I'm talking about when we're trying to develop skills and really master something, is that you're in kind of this, hey, I can do this pretty much on demand in all sorts of different changing circumstances. Not, I can do this once in a while and it looks amazing. So here's an example. I like Steph Curry last year. The #1 free throw shooter, 90.5%. That's an example of mastery. Think about the pressure he's under, both for his team and personally. Think about the money that's on the line. Think about how many millions of people are watching, right? And yet he still performs under pressure. So if we want to master a skill, and whether that's a third shot drop, or whether it's a dink, or whether it's a serve to the backhand, or whether it's a great slice return, or whether it's a put away high volley, or it's an overhead, it doesn't matter. We better have our training reflect that. And so what does that look like? Well, I think we can draw two distinctions here: skill acquisition and skill refinement. If you're talking about skill acquisition, what we're talking about is learning something new, right? If you have never hit a drop volley before, because every time the ball comes fast, you try to hit it back fast, then when you're learning to play a drop volley, you're acquiring a new skill. And in that skill acquisition domain, you see, people are in new or unfamiliar territory. They ask a lot of questions. They're not sure about what's going on. Fine. Then once they've acquired that skill to some extent, then we can talk about refining the skill, right? Being able to perform under pressure. And while that has some similarities, there's also some differences, right? You're more confident in what you can do. You feel like you're here to perform. And, I was thinking about Morgan yesterday. Someone asked the question, like, are there fewer aha moments as an elite player? And he said, yeah, there's way fewer aha moments. So this is what we're talking about, because in that you're no longer here, right? I expect to be unsure about a lot of things. I ask lots of questions. You're now here. I'm confident in what I'm doing. So it's a different sort of mode. So we're talking about developing skills, right? Acquiring a new skill, whatever it might be. Really what we have to look at is both the quantity of repetitions and the quality of repetitions. And so the quantity of reps is just the number of times that they get to work on what it is that they're working on. So if I'm out here for an hour and I only hit the thing I'm working on 3 times, that's not a very high quantity. Whereas if I'm out here for an hour and I've hit the ball 100 times, or the specific skill I'm working on, that's very different. So I want to use a couple examples here to highlight what would be poor examples of quantity of repetition. So here on the left, again, I borrowed this from a colleague of mine. I don't know if people can see at home. It says here, this is like a mock brochure for a kids tennis camp. Slow start tennis. Sign up for our popular stand 'em in line workshop today, right? And that used to be, and in some cases it still is, how people would like think about teaching tennis. Is like, here's the one kid or the one player, you work on their thing, these other kids wait, and then you go to the back of the line, right? And you can imagine that they are not going to get very many reps in a given period of time. Now over here, this one can be a little bit deceiving, this basketball example, because even though the intensity is fairly high when the kids are active, look how many of them there are. I think I counted, I think there's 8 of them there, right? If you look at these kids back here.
Right, right.
That means at any given time, there's only 2, maybe 2.5, because you have some kid running to the back of the line. You've got 2.5 out of 8 kids actively doing the thing that they're supposedly working on. So really, if you're sending your kid to do a drill like this, the main skill they are working on, that they're spending their time on, is standing in line, sort of like what they're doing over here, right? And so these would be examples of a very low quantity of reps. Okay. Let's move on here. Here's a better example. So here you've got 12 players and you've got 3 courts. I can't remember if they're working on serves or returns or both. It looks like it's both. And you can see that all 12 of these players are actively involved the whole time. And so if you can imagine, you know, take this and compare it to the tennis example of standing in line, think about how many more reps these players are going to get, how much better they're going to be because they're getting a greater quantity of touches. Now, before we move on to talking about quality, I wanted to just address this a little bit. So this is from the Mesa PPA event. Here's Kyle Yates and Callie Smith. Over here is Lindsay and Riley Newman. Now, if you look at this, you're seeing that there's lots and lots of reps, right? They're hitting pretty much nonstop. Now, if you were to tell me, hey, this is them practicing, this is them training, I would put this in the bad training category. I have no idea what they're working on, because you can see they hit drives and they hit drops and they hit dinks and they hit volleys. Now they're both up at the net. Sometimes they hit soft, sometimes they're slow. Like, it's all over the place, right? And so in a training situation, if we're talking about deliberate practice on a specific skill, this would fall into the bad category. The good news for these 4 is that this isn't a training situation.
Right.
It's a warm-up situation, right? They're about to compete against, you can see the ref over here. They're about to compete against each other. And so in that situation, you're not just working on a specific skill. You're not even trying to acquire a skill. What you're doing is to prepare to use all the different shots that you're going to need in that game. So it's a different context. So the point I'm trying to make here is I don't want people to go out and be like, oh man, I'm sweating so much. I hit so many balls. That must have been great training. Well, I would argue that perhaps it's not if it wasn't focused training. So I want to talk here about, for a second, quality of repetitions. And so what I mean by that is how closely the player's actions mimic the desired outcome. So let's say for this example, what the players are working on are sending and receiving cross-court dinks. So in this case over here, these 2, I mean, they're hitting cross-court dinks, I guess. But look where they're standing, right? You can see that they're standing outside of the sideline here. And this is a common thing, Brett, I'm sure you see this too, is players know the ball is going to be hit cross court. So what do? They just camp out here in this corner. And all of a sudden they look like really great dinkers, right? The trouble is that this is not not reflective of what happens in a real game. So over here, here's an example from a real tournament, nationals a few years ago, right? And then here was a drill I was doing with players a number of years ago as well. And so see how much more reflective this is. And so to me, if the question is, hey, yeah, we're practicing our cross-court dinking, that's not just the hitting, right? It's the moving and the hitting. This would be an example of low quality reps. And this would be an example of high quality reps because it's more reflective of the skill that we're working on.
It's more real of a game.
Yeah, and I mean, look, sometimes you have to break it down. So for example, here, maybe I can come back and talk to you for a second. Can you see me again? Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
So look, like take Kyle Yates' example the other day where he's like, oh, well, I want to learn a third shot drop that has top spin. Well, if I'm working with a player who can't do that yet, they haven't got the feel for what you need to do to be able to create that top spin, then I will have to reduce this and simplify it. Maybe we do a hand feed, like you saw with the tennis player, the coach just fed the ball, right?
Right, right.
And that person gets that feeling. Now that's not very realistic because in real pickleball, they don't just toss the ball with their hand. but I would put it in the category of quality reps, because now that player is having the chance to get that desired outcome, right? To produce the top spin they're trying to get on that drop. And then that's where we integrate this whole accordion method. So it's not necessarily that it's exactly like a game, because sometimes you do need to isolate one specific element and work on it.
Mhm.
Quality rep, it's like, does this give them the chance to have that desired outcome that we're looking for? Okay, so let me go back here. So now the question of, well, what's next? Can I get us back? Okay, so we've talked about quantity of reps, we've talked about quality of reps, so what's next? Well, what's next is that we need to introduce pressure. We need to start training with consequences. And so if we take a look here, those of you who are basketball fans or Canadians will remember last year, Kawhi hitting this to go into the championships. This is the buzzer beater in Game 7. So what we want is to be able to perform under pressure. And I know a number of your different people have talked about that over the few days. And so I need to start to train with this feeling of like, shoot, I better not screw this up. Okay, so here's a few of examples. You can let Michelle know that I got her here. Right here, some of your favorite pros, like performing under pressure. And so, I guess I should say here, you'll see here it says, be more than just good practicer, be a good player. Most of the people I know, and probably the ones you work with, Brett, they don't come and just say like, hey, I want to be a really great practicer. Yeah,
Exactly.
I want to suck when I play a tournament, but I want to be a great practice partner. No, you want to be a good player, a good performer, a good competitor. And if you're going to do that, then that means that you need to train in situations that feel similar to when you're in that tournament.
Absolutely.
Speaking of Kyle, so this was last 2 years ago at the Nationals. I call it the lob of glory. This was down match point against Weinbach and Wright. And after this long cross-court drinking exchange, Kyle hit this shot. And to me, it was unbelievable because Matt Wright is one of the tallest players in pickleball. He's got one of the best overheads in pickleball. It was like down a match point, and lobs are incredibly risky. And Kyle hit this shot, which then turned into 3 more points afterwards, and they went on to win the match. And so to me, this is a nice example of being able to not just be a good practicer, but be a good competitor, right, who can perform under pressure. So what do we need to do then, either as players or as coaches? Well, we need to start to introduce stress when we're training, where our players are training. There need to be some sort of consequences. And so this could be, as you see on the bottom left, you know, in a practice situation with a partner, even as many of us are doing right now, where you're in a practice situation by yourself, right? Can you still introduce some sort of stress or consequences? So what might those look like? Well, it could be a physical penalty, right? So if you miss your shot, you do a push-up. If you miss a sequence of shots, you do a lap. If you don't hit your target, you get jumping jacks. Like, you can pick whatever it is, but it should be something where there's some pressure that you might miss. I've heard people do it as a financial penalty, right? So it's like, hey, you're my training partner. I'll tell you what, if I blow 3 shots in a row, I'll buy you a beer. Or when I was a kid, my tennis coach and I would bet pizza slices, right? I've even heard situations where someone said, hey, if I don't meet whatever goal I'm meeting, I have to make a financial donation to a charity that I don't believe in, right? And so
there you go, yeah.
And you feel that pressure, like, shoot, I better perform or else I have a problem. And if you want a fun one, you can do a social penalty where there's like, you sing a song to a group, or you got to tell a joke, or you got to wear a silly shirt or something like that.
Right.
I've even been in a situation, I was once coaching in Charlotte, North Carolina, and there was a couple, and we were talking about training with consequences. And the woman, she said to me, she was training with her husband, and she said, could one of the consequences be sexual favors? Sure, whatever, right?
Whatever works.
Yeah, what matters is that when you're training, that you feel that there's that pressure in the same way that when you're competing, you feel that there's pressure. Otherwise, you're entering into a totally different environment, and we shouldn't be surprised when you underperform. So that's kind of the end of my deck here. If you have questions or the audience has questions, I'm happy to answer.
I do, Mark. What I love about what you do in regards to your education process is you are not only educating players, but you are educating coaches as well, those that teach players. And I love the way that you break down the mechanics of a skill in regards to, you go beyond just the how you do it, you actually break it down into the why. And I love that about your teaching and your training. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I do think it's, I think that's important because people are far more likely to buy into something if they understand why they're being asked to do it. So for example, you know, if you've ever worked with people who return serve and don't always run to the net, and then when you're there watching them, yelling at them, go to the net, they do it. And as soon as you turn your back and walk away, they stop doing it. Well, it's almost always because they don't actually understand why that's an important thing to do. They just know they've been yelled at a million times to do it.
Yes,
And
yes.
so if you can help people understand why something matters, one, you make their life a lot better because they feel more empowered. And two, you make your life as the coach a lot better because now they're doing it themselves because they want to, not because you're like there, you know, yelling at them if they don't.
I think that's one of the attributes of a great coach is that they actually go beyond the how, they go into the why. Here's our first question for you, Mark. Does playing with others above your skill level help you improve?
I mean, it really depends, right? If some 3-0 player goes out or 3-5 player goes out and plays with who's coming up next, Michelle Esquivel's coming up, and Michelle goes out and decides to play all out, no, it's not going to improve the 3-0, 3-5's level because Michelle will go and just destroy them. It's going to waste the 3-0, 3-5's time because they're not going to get better because they're not able to handle the balls, and it's going to waste her time because now she's playing with someone that doesn't give her any challenge. So to me, I think it's far more useful to play with someone at or around your level, but to do it in a deliberate way. And so whether it's what I talked about today, right, where you set these little challenges within it, or what Morgan talked about yesterday, the game within the game, and you set your own. To me, like, yeah, it kind of drives me crazy, the people who always want to play with the better players, because you know what? When you're like sneaking in to play with the better players, well, you're now the worst player and you're bringing that game down for everyone else. And there might be some people who don't care, right? But, that's something to think about too, is when people are trying to play up, is like, well, now you're also forcing other people to play down. So my advice would be for people is to figure out ways that you can make your exact same training environment or training group, but get way more out of it. Whether it's through what I was talking about here today, that more focused, deliberate practice, or elements of what Morgan talked about with the whole game within the game thing.
Okay, great. How long should you work on a specific skill, and how many skills per day should you work on?
So generally speaking, if you're having success like 60 to 70% of the time, that's the sweet spot. Okay. If you are doing it well above 70%, okay, the skill's too easy, you can make it harder, right? You can make, like, you can have to move more to hit it. You can make the ball you're receiving faster. You can make the target smaller. You can still work on that same skill, just a more version of it. And if you're having less than 60%, then it's probably too hard and you need to make it easier. So 60 to 70% is usually that sweet spot. In terms of number of skills a day, I mean, I don't think there's a limit. I do think if you're working on many, many skills at once, you're probably not hitting that above 70% threshold on many of them. But, you know, sometimes people pick up things very quickly and you can move on, and other times it takes longer.
Last two questions, Mark. Can we, the people love that PowerPoint presentation that you just put on. Can we share that with the audience?
Yeah, that'd be great.
We'll be glad to do that for you. And someone asked, is there such an error that the penalty is domestic versus import beer? So, we have a sense of humor out there. I love it. Yeah. Mark, in closing, you have such valuable information that our pickleball community needs to know about. Websites, your coaching programs, where can they go to learn more about you and more about your education processes?
Yeah, so you can find out, like, our main three things right now is thirdshotsports.com, obviously. Pickleballcoachinginternational.com. That is our resources for pickleball instructors. It's a great deal. Like, there's tons of videos. There's all this other material for coaches. You get 50% off the Selkirk paddle of your choice if you become a member. You can get insurance if you're a coach. So pickleballcoachinginternational.com. And then right now, and I showed it at the very start, the Pickleball Lab, LAB, because it's experimental. We're doing a 10% off just till the end of today. So if, there's a promo code here. I'll see if I can bring it up again so you can see it. Yeah,
please do.
And There we go. So if you go to thepickleball.com, you'll be able to see it. Use the promo code here is COVID Stir Crazy, and it's just till the end of today. So if people want to use it, it's like a party in your inbox, and it's a free 2-week trial anyway. So if you like this kind of material that I've done now, breaking down videos, taking certain elements for players at different level, the Pickleball Lab is a pretty, I think, fun. It's full of exclusive stuff, and like I said, you get a 2-week trial, and if you don't like it, then you just cancel, no problem.
Well, Mark, I appreciate everything that you do for the pickleball community. We see you on Facebook, we see you on your websites, we see you doing the commentaries of the professional tournaments, and we look forward to seeing you on the courts again.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Brad. I really appreciate all that you're doing here too.
Okay, and we'll keep in touch. Hopefully we can get you back on again in the near future.
Love to do it. See you later,
All
everyone.
right, thank you.
Bye, Brad.
Bye-bye. That was an amazing conversation with Mark Renaissance. He is just an amazing coach. Our next speaker today is going to be Paul Olson, talking about the younger generation of pickleballs coming into the sport. You definitely want to get to listen to this one, because as our sport grows, more and more players are coming into the sport, and there's a lot of players like myself, a lot of coaches like myself that want to help train and bring these players up to the next level. And there's some programs out there, and we got a great speaker, should be up any moment now. Ask your questions. I appreciate all the questions that you guys are asking in the chat box, and we'll go forward. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank all the pickleball players out there. If you're like me, you're probably a pickleball player that's 50 years or older. And remember, yesterday I said 50 is the new 40, so we're still young at heart. But what we are starting to see, we're starting to see a lot of the younger players coming into the sport. And in order to keep this sport alive and growing, we need to bring our youth into the sport of pickleball, and we're starting to see that across the country, as well as around the world, and we're excited about that. We need to have special programs and facilities and places where these youth players can now learn the sport of pickleball. And I'm excited today to have Paul Olson with us, who's going to talk about a program called AAU. Paul, welcome to the program.
Hi, Brett. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'll be better once I get back on the courts. Paul, let me ask you this question: What is the AAU pickleball program, and does AAU stand for something?
It is the Amateur Athletic Union.
Okay.
Actually, the AAU and why I got involved with it is my kids had been played AAU sports when they were growing up, so I was familiar with the organization. In fact, the AAU is the largest sports organization in the United States. It has 850,000 members currently, wow, and it covers 41 sports. So it's a very large organization. And when they reached out to pickleball rather than the other way around, because they had seen and heard of the meteoric growth and knew that it was something that they should have in their program for youth.
That's amazing. So they actually reached out to our sport, I think, anticipating the growth of it.
Exactly.
So how did you get involved with it?
Well, I do promotional work for Selkirk, mostly in the Western U.S., and I do events, tournaments. I do demo events for them. And I was at a tournament in Lake Tahoe this summer, and I met a guy named Mike Nielsen who was talking about the AAU's pickleball effort, and he is the executive director of that effort. I had a wonderful time hearing about what the ramifications were and what the scope of the AAU plan was. And I said, is there anything I can do to help? And that's when I got involved.
Well, it's great to have people like you get involved, helping the sport grow. What is the question that comes to my mind is right away is what's unique about the AAU, and how is that different from other youth sports programs?
Well, there's really three things that I think are going to make the biggest difference that AAU brings to the dance that are otherwise not available. It is recognized as the premier youth sports brand in the United States. It hosts some of the biggest sports tournaments in the United States in its different sports. Kids know about the AAU. Parents know about the AAU. There are a lot of people. We have a woman in pickleball, Laura Fenton Cavanda, who played, and she's working with us in our efforts to develop this. I think she said she played in 3 different sports through high school in AAU sports. Kids like a team environment. I think the thing that we're going to be able to do that has not been able to be accomplished yet with youth pickleball is kids want to be part of a group that they practice together, they get coaching and direction, and that's really where I think we'll make a big difference. There is one other piece that I never knew about until I got involved with AAU, but AAU has a insurance program that is part of the membership where now any youth or adult that's a member of AAU gets a $100,000 accident insurance policy for the sport that they're playing in. You know, we don't think about that a whole lot, those of us that are older that are well insured, but I'm talking to all kinds of, even our pro players who are some younger, and sometimes they're underinsured. And they look at the idea of having coverage. If they hurt themselves on the court playing pickleball, they've got insurance coverage to cover it, and it's very, very nominal in cost.
You know, it's such a great program. These last couple of days, we've been talking about pickleball coaches and players across the country. And one of the things that we've always said is I think is unique about our sport is that we're always wanting to give back, whether it's we're refereeing on the courts or helping with the tournament directors or helping other players just in recreation, just improve their game. Or even some players, some of the pros I was talking to, they got their start on the pickleball court just because they were curious and someone handed them a paddle. So pickleball players are all about giving back and growing the sport. If I wanted to learn more about the AAU, maybe get involved, maybe I'm excited about helping our youth get into the sport and grow the sport. Where would I go? How would I start? Actually,
the easiest way to get started is to go to aaupickleball.org, and I've got that on the site here, hopefully. Okay. And my email address is on there, and so you certainly can reach out to me. But one of the things that I think is going to be superb for our sport, exactly what you're talking about, is players like you that have not only been high-level players but coaches. That's what really drives the AAU youth programs that makes it so special amongst all the sports, is kids go into it and they get exposed to the best instruction and coaching. We think that when you look at the AAU model, and you'll see all of this on the website, you'll come to realize that we're really creating the environment for pickleball that's been available to basketball, volleyball, badminton, all of the other 40 sports, and we're now simply making that possible for kids to get involved with. And I believe that when we launch and get this launched in all of the different states in the union, the ability for kids to compete, have fun, and be part of something that is educational and coaching, and a lot of the AAU sports are very, very high level, not all of them, but a lot of them. And in those high level, they sometimes even have academic requirements. So they're trying to help kids grow up and use sports as a driver, but it also has a lot of other life skill ramifications that we think people like yourself, yesterday you had Cassandra Durkee on the broadcast.
Yes.
Cassandra is acting as our liaison to the PPA and the APP pro groups because she sees some great ramifications. And Cassandra played AAU sports when she was growing up. So as we grow this, and it's important that we grow this with the younger players in pickleball. You know, kids aren't really interested in finding sports that their parents play or their grandparents play and driving them. They want a sport that is for them. And that's where I think AAU pickleball will be able to really set a standard that kids can recognize and identify with. You know, my interest is trying to help be a marketeer for the idea. It isn't about me doing it, but it's then the coaches that'll come into it. And I think that's where a lot of the pros, both at the teaching pro level and at the pro level, who coach a lot, may have great opportunities to have real fun with this.
Well, I think that, I don't know if that answers my next question, but my next question to you was, who do you think would be the type of pickleball player that would be best suited or would do really well in regards to getting involved in the AAU program?
Actually, that's the perfect question. My group, the retired group of serious pickleball players, we're not the ones that are going to drive the kids, but we're the people that can bring some administrative skills, can help set the clubs up, get them going. AAU is really driven by the parents. So every sport that's out there, their kids are getting on it. We have quite a list of adults who have kids involved in pickleball that would love to figure out how to get more kids for their children to compete against. Their network is really where it will happen. Part of what the AAU does on a national scale that has some pretty large ramifications is it is the organization that runs the Presidential Youth Fitness Program nationally. It sets the standards for physical education in the schools. It's very connected with the schools, but it is the if the seniors will help with administrating and the parents run the local clubs and get the groups going and reach out to their friends, then it's the people like you and the other pros in the game to say, man, what can I do to get involved? In some cases, they're doing it on a volunteer basis. In other cases, there are an awful lot of AAU coaches who the parents decide they need professional direction and guidance. We think there's going to be a great aspect there. So those would be the groups that I think will have the greatest ability to do something quickly.
Well, Paul, I definitely want to get involved with the AAU, so I'm going to be reaching out to you. And I know it's probably on the screen for our pickleball community out there. But for those of us that are reading impaired, can you tell us what your email address is or where we can go to get more information?
All right. There's two. Go to aaupickleball.org, and that will get you into the pickleball site. But then to reach out to me, that is Paul at paulolsonpickleballacademy.com. Sorry for the long one, but that's what it is. And so, you know, that being said, I think this has been great what you guys are doing, and those of you that are looking to do something to make a difference, this AAU youth thing is going to be just spectacular. And we're going to have a really cool time with this, but we're not very far down the road where our national events will be as dramatic as anything in any other sport in the union. And give you an idea, AAU's home is in the ESPN Wide World of Sports complex. It shares that complex. They run over 200 events a year at the Wide World of Sports complex. And I think we ought to make it 201. And so
let's make it 201. Paul, thank you for everything that you do to help our pickleball community grow. And we're going to get this out there. And if you're out there listening and you've got some interest in getting involved with the AAU, let's reach out to Paul. And hopefully we'll see you on the court shortly, Paul.
Thanks so much. Enjoyed it.
Thank you. Have a good one. Well, that was Paul Olson with the AAU. Great information, great opportunity to give back to our community. We get to do some giveaways. I wish I could just spend the whole day just giving away products and gifts. So we got some great giveaways that we're going to do right now. And thanks again to Mark, who did a fantastic job. And here we go. It looks like our first giveaway, the winner is Stephen Wolf. Stephen, congratulations from iDinkwear. You got a beautiful hat. It's a giveaway at a $22 value. So Stephen, thanks for participating. Thanks for being with us. That's a great iDink hat at iDinkwear hat. Stephen Wolf, way to go. Our next winner, Stan Mikshinsky from Pickleball Rocks, won a $20 gift card from Pickleball Rocks. It has a $20 value. Stan, thanks for participating. Look forward to seeing you on the courts. And then one of our sponsors, of course, VitaFlow Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, I've talked about this before. I am a user, not a user, I don't even know if I should say that. I use the product. The Power Pack is great. My left leg, all the time, I'm using the spray and the cream. $100 value. Kimberly McLean, you won. Congratulations. Thank you, VitaFlow. And then look at that, $130 value. Sherry Languth, hope I pronounced that right. Sherry, you want a PaddleTech Tempest paddle, a Wave 2 paddle. It's a beautiful paddle. You're gonna love it. It's $130 value. So Sherry, congratulations today in regards to winning that prize. That is way to go. All right, our next speaker, this is going to be such a fun topic. Joe Frasca and Peter Haversten are going to be talking about neural pickleball. So we're going to have them on. They're going to be coming on. We've had such great topics today, and we've got even some not greater, but more great topics coming on the show as well. We got Scott Moore coming on. We got Steve Dawson coming on. Laura Fenton is coming on. Just great. Today is just, these past 2 days have been amazing. And there they are. Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, Brett. How are you doing?
Good to see you. Joe, I miss playing with you on the courts. Hopefully we'll be there soon.
I'm sure we will, but I'm a little leery of playing with you now that I know you're a user, so I'm not sure.
Exactly, right? I'm going to turn up my volume a little bit. Right now I'm in Bend, Oregon. It's pouring rain. How's the weather out there?
It's actually pretty good. A little bit cloudy today, but we've had some snow and things recently, so it's nice to finally start getting some decent weather.
Oh, well, fantastic. I want to talk to you about neural pickleball. For me, that's the first time I've heard about it. What is neural pickleball, and what's it about?
Yeah, well, first of all, I am here with my partner, Peter Hoversten.
Hi, Peter.
We are socially distanced, just so everybody is comfortable with that. But the way neural pickleball came about, first of all, was when I started playing, I was very fortunate to have a lot of really high-level players right in my area. And so the necessity for me to improve quickly was there. And luckily I had a couple of buddies. One was a chiropractor and the other a personal trainer. And they developed this program for me where it was really focused on balance, mobility, and vision training. And a couple months into that training, these guys that I had respected since I started playing, they started making comments like, Joe, you're starting to see the ball before it comes off of my paddle. Another player one time said during this crazy dink battle, he said, Joe, it was really fun to watch the way you stayed on balance. Now, these guys didn't know I was training this way, but for them to pull out specific skills like seeing the ball and staying on balance, I started thinking, there really is something to this type of neural training. It was about that time when Peter he joined with those two guys and they formed this neuro athlete company. And Peter brought to that an incredible amount of knowledge about brain science and a passion for pickleball. And I had a passion for pickleball. I mean, I had a lot of knowledge about pickleball and a passion for neuroscience. So we would just talk. And through those conversations, we started developing curriculum, a brain-based curriculum for pickleball. And we decided that we wanted to pilot this program with 12 people, not knowing if we would even get 12 people interested.
All right.
Feedback was tremendous. And within 2 months, without really us doing anything, just word of mouth, we reached almost 100 people. Wow. And so we realized that there was something to what we were doing, and we decided to form Neuro Pickleball. So that's how it started.
Okay, so if I was I'm a pickleball player, I love the idea of what you're talking about, because you hit a nerve with me in regards to, I can't tell you how many times I'm on the court, I'll make a mistake and I'll be telling myself, Brett, look at the ball, keep your eye on the ball. And then the next shot, it's like, okay, come on, I just told myself to keep my eye on the ball. Right. Are you not listening? So I love the idea. If as a pickleball player, and I came to you and I said, listen, what will Neuro Pickleball do for me? Yeah. What are some of the results that I might expect by getting involved in that type of a program?
Good question. I'm going to let Peter take that one.
Okay.
So first of all, it was great to listen to at least 3 or 4 of the prior speakers that all had more brain-based content in the pickleball training that they're doing, which I think is terrific. What we do is a little bit different, but fairly complementary. And maybe the easiest way to come at it is to think about 2 parts of your brain. So people have already talked about conscious, non-conscious. The way I tend to think about it is your conscious brain is a toddler that wants to take risks and wants to go out and explore the world, right? And your non-conscious brain is a protected parent that has a lot of tools at its disposal to kind of rein you in and put the brakes on your performance, right? So everybody's kind of aware that the non-conscious brain or the reptilian brain, it has a ability to gate your autonomic functions, your heart rate, your respiratory rate, your pupil dilation, a variety of other functions. Anything would show up on the lie detector. But nobody realizes, or very few people realize, that it's actually doing a lot in terms of your quickness, your reaction time, your sensory ability, your muscle length and strength. And so it's got tools, and by the way, it also controls feelings like pain, fatigue, weakness. So if it wants to put the brakes on your performance, it can, right? So then you go and say, okay, that's interesting. How do I work with it? Well, the good news is that your non-conscious brain is also evaluating your surroundings and frankly, your insides at the rate of about 11 million or 20 million signals a second. And anything it finds interesting, it's going to change your brain state, right? So you can make changes really, really quickly, right? So to get to the point that you were asking, you can train vision. Most people tend to think of my eyes are bad, it's a fixed mindset, but you can get better vision, you can have it tomorrow, right? I could have more flexibility tomorrow, I could have more strength tomorrow, I could have better reaction time, all by kind of working directly through your nervous system to the non-conscious brain, as opposed to the other way around with the toddler. Does that make sense?
It does. So what is it that you do at Neuro Pickleball?
Yeah, so for me, a lot of it is what happens on the court. And this will kind of get to your question about, as a pickleball player, what would I get? A lot of what I do would be on the court. So I try to teach people that what they think is holding them back usually isn't what's holding them back. And I'd like to share a couple of examples about that.
Would love it.
I had a client who came to me and said, Joe, I need to work on a third shot drop. Pretty typical, right? So as I was feeding her balls, I noticed that her head was bobbing up and down like this, which we know is going to affect your balance and everything else. So I just suggested to her, take off your hat. This might sound silly or very simple, but she took the hat off and immediately the bobbing stopped and the third shot was significantly improved. At the time, I knew nothing about visual clarity or visual reference or anything, but what I learned later was a hat can actually block your field of vision and affect your performance. You know, something so simple. I've had situations where a client, within 20 minutes of working with her, I said, I'm going to make a bet that you're wearing monovision contacts. She was, and she was extremely surprised that I could tell that. I talked to her about how I knew it, and she went to her eye doctor. She got single vision contacts for pickleball. It's made a huge improvement in her game. But probably what's most important to me, Brett, is making changes that will have an impact in people's lives, not just in pickleball. Quick example, I had a woman, she was dinking right-handed, and her left shoulder was up into her ear like this. And I asked her, have you had any shoulder issues? She said, I had an unsuccessful rotator cuff injury, and quite honestly, it's impacting everything I do. So I worked with her. I got her in touch with Peter. He worked with her. We freed up her shoulder. And not only did her pickleball game improve, but she has said that it's changed her life. She sleeps better. She's happier. So that's been the most rewarding part of this journey for me, is changing people's lives, not just in pickleball.
Well, it sounds like, you know, and the purpose of this 3-day pickleball summit that we put on was to add tools to the pickleball players' toolbox. And neural pickleball sounds like an additional tool that they can use. But I'm getting the thought that's going through my mind that it's not only just for pickleball players, but it might be a great tool for coaches as well. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to let Peter talk.
No,
Okay.
go for it.
On our website, we do have a place for instructors. We're inviting them to talk to us. We think, as Peter said earlier, complementary. We can really complement other instructors and what they're doing, teaching them how to apply neuro techniques. Down the road, we hope to have certifications for instructors, a neuro-based certification. So absolutely,
Okay.
it helps instructors, it helps players, but it is definitely helping people in other disciplines as well.
Well, I definitely think it's, as a coach and a trainer myself, the one thought that keeps going through my mind is I want to add this to my toolbox. I want to be able to add this skill. So I'm definitely going to be contacting you in regards to learning this.
Great.
For other players or other coaches, where would they go to learn more about this and get this valuable information?
Yeah.
So we've got a site, neuropickleball.com.
Okay.
And at the top of that page for this summit, we put a banner. So if you click on that, it gives you a number of different ways to get in touch with us. If you want to follow us on Facebook, if you want to see the homepage, you want to sign up for our mailing list. But a little bit for rec players, tournament players, and instructors as to what might be interesting. And some of it is stuff that you can get from us now. Some of it is stuff that just starts with a phone call. And we work through what works for you.
So right now it's more of a conversation going on. In regards
because
to
everybody's needs are different.
Okay.
Obviously, with the distancing, we're going to have to figure out ways to communicate with each other. But we want to start a conversation with people that are interested and see how we can start to make this process work for them.
You know, long term, and we mentioned it, we'd like to do a certification. but before we get too far over our skis, I think we'd like to actually work with a bunch of people and just make sure that what we're doing does fit into their business model and what they want to do with their clients. So we think it's best to start with the conversation.
No, I think it's a great idea. So as a pickleball player, and I'm sure there's a lot of players out there, the one thing so far that I thought I want to use this for me is focusing on the ball. What would be maybe if 2 or 3 other gifts that would come to a pickleball player by using your system, a neural pickleball? Am I going to do better third shots? Am I going to get better serves? Am I going to be more flexible? Am I going to be more balanced? All of those things, balance, flexibility, focus, makes me a better player on the court, which means that I win more games. And so what would be 2 or 3 other skill sets that are going to be a benefit from from your system, neural pickleball?
Well, certainly balance. If I'm understanding your question correctly,
Yeah.
balance. It's important to be on balance when you're hitting the ball. Vision is huge.
Okay.
Mobility, both in terms of your joints. Like I mentioned with that woman, that was a joint mobility issue that really affected her performance, but also the ability to move on the court.
Okay.
Those are really the main things that I think you're going to get. And it goes back to what I said earlier. When people start noticing, man, Joe, you're seeing the ball better. You're on balance. It's just proof that these things will make a difference.
And there is, to your point, Brett, there's a lot of our focus is on focus and attention, right? You know, how to get people. In a funny way, you almost have to trick somebody to do it. You said this earlier. You can't just beat yourself up and go eye on the ball, eye on the ball, eye on the ball. Over time, you know, you might get some lift on that. But people's minds wander, and you absolutely need something else that helps you keep. You know, it may be making a sound, it may be cueing. They're just in a funny way. You almost have to trick yourself into doing some of those things, and we do. The other skill that we focus on a lot, and I think Morgan Evans touched on this quite a bit yesterday, but it was, you know, we try and simplify the game for people. You're not going to play great pickleball if you're out trying to think about 6 or 7 different things, you know, as you take your shot, right? You've got to get to 1 or 2 thoughts, maximum, probably 1, you know, before you play. And so, you know, making the game simpler for people at all levels. Obviously, the one thought changes as you move up the ranks, but it's that's the sort of stuff that we do.
I love it. It's about the little nuances that can make a difference in regards to a shot. Before we leave, can you is there anything that you would like to leave the audience with?
Well, we would like people to see our website, because there's no way we can put 2 years of dialogue into 20 minutes. And a lot of what we do is on there. We have some gifts for you about it's vision drills that you can do to get started on the process. We're also giving away a S2 Selkirk limited edition California release from Nationals paddle. If you register on our website. So I highly encourage people to check out our website, whether you're a beginner or all the way to a professional player, or as we mentioned, instructors too.
And pick up the phone, give us a call, send us an email. We'd love to talk to you.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the game of pickleball is evolving and it's constantly changing, and we're constantly looking at new ideas, new tools, new systems, new ideologies that are going to make it, that are going to add value to our game. And I think that what you guys have got going here, this neural pickleball, is definitely a game changer. It's a tool that I want to emphasize not only just for players, but if you're out there coaching and training, this is one system that you want to add to your toolbox. Like Joe talked about, the simple thing, who would think about take off your hat? Who would think of that little nuance can be a game changer, can be an aha moment for that player that makes their day. So I really appreciate you guys bringing this to the forefront. It's something that we didn't know about, something that we do need to know about. And verbally, I know for those of us that are reading impaired, can you kind of tell us what the website is?
It's neuropickleball.com. So
Very
neuropickleball,
easy.
all one word.com.
N-E-U-R-O?
N-E-U-R-O pickleball.
Okay, for those of you like me that might be spelling challenged, we got it down right. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you, and thanks for being here. Hopefully we can get you on the show in the near future.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Brad. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, guys. Hopefully we'll see you in the court soon.
Okay, take care.
Bye-bye. That was a really nice discussion, a really great discussion. I did not know about neural pickleball, but it's definitely something you want to check into to add to your toolbox. Our next speaker is going to be Tim Cuss, who's going to be talking about nutrition. You're really going to listen to this because we're going to talk about some nutrition ideas that might help with this pandemic, ideas that we're going to build into your immune system, and even some thoughts for those that might already have the virus. So it was a really good discussion I had with Tim, and here we go. I'm excited today to have Tim Cuss with Infinity Health with us today on the program. He's going to be talking about nutrition. Here's a gentleman that has a background in nutrition. He's going to tell you a little bit about his background, what he knows, what he studied. But this is some information you're going to want to listen to. Right now, as pickleball players, we all wish that we were on the courts playing pickleball. Because of the pandemic and the COVID-19. We are in our homes. We're staying away from the courts. We're staying away from big groups. He's going to talk to you about some nutrition ideas, not only in regards to building up your immune system, but for those, unfortunately, that have the virus right now, he's got some thoughts he's going to share with you. So I'm so excited to have Tim on the program with us. Tim, welcome. How are you doing today?
Doing great, Brett. All right.
It's good to have you. Can you share with us, why don't we just start with your background in nutrition? I know you've got such a deep well of knowledge in regards to nutrition. Can you share with our audience a little bit about how you got into nutrition and your background?
Yeah, I got into nutrition when I got mono in college, and that's the first time I've been eating on my own, you know? And It's like, uh-oh, I got to do something different. So I started studying nutrition a little bit on the side and just loved it. And then I went into the publishing industry and then needed a career change after a while and decided, you know what, I'm going to become a nutritionist. So I went back to school, got my degrees in nutrition, and then I was very fortunate in working with an herbalist, a master herbalist named Stuart Wheelwright. The guy was incredible. This guy just could create any particular product for any specific issue that anyone had. And he was a wizard. He just was amazing. So anyway, I learned from him, studied quite a bit on the side, just learning from his side, at his side, and it was just incredible. So.
Well, you know, right now, you are well aware that we're dealing with this epidemic, and the immune system plays such an important part in regards to fighting this virus.
Yep.
And you've got some ideas for those of us that are healthy, or we think that we're healthy. What are some of the things, and we don't have it, but what are some of the things that would help us build our immune system just to deal not only with what's going on right now, but in the future?
Yeah, great question. So vitamin C, you know, we all know about vitamin C, but at this time, taking a little bit more, somewhere between 3 and 6 grams a day, is being seen to be very helpful at keeping the immune system as strong as possible. So that's a really great one. Zinc, interestingly enough, especially for the guys, zinc tends to be deficient. And having enough zinc, they've shown that people in autopsies who have died from the virus often are deficient in zinc. So that's a simple one, 50 milligrams a day, one tablet capsule. Other ways to boost your immune system, there are products like thymus gland products, like Tarzan. He used to beat his chest, okay? Well, he was basically stimulating his thymus gland, okay? And that basically boosts the immune response, okay? So that's another little thing you can do. Also, microwave don't use the microwave as much. The microwave actually causes an autoimmune reaction, and it lowers the immune response for a number of hours after eating microwave food. So
Wow.
that's another thing that most people do not know, but could really help them.
That is, I didn't even know that about microwaves.
Yeah, most people don't. German research showed it real clearly years ago that people who ate microwave food had a spike in white blood cells known as digestive leukocytosis, long name for white blood cell spiking. And that's for one of two reasons. Either there's an inflammation or an active infection, and you don't want either one. And it's not, in this case, it's the food, you know, so your body is reacting as if it were non-food. So it's kind of important. If I eat microwave food, it puts me to sleep. It's interesting.
Yes.
I got one of those bodies.
Well, I like the idea of the vitamin C, the zinc, pounding your chest. So now I know that when we go back on the pickleball courts, if I see people pounding their chest, that all they're doing is they're building their immune system.
Exactly.
So hopefully we'll see a lot more pounding out there. What about for those unfortunate people that actually have the virus? Any thoughts or ideas for them?
Yeah, I've worked with several already, and we've had some good success with. There's an active antiviral. It's a natural product called VIVI.
And how can you spell that again?
Yeah, it's VIVI. I'll show a picture here.
VIVI, okay.
And it's made by a company called Systemic Formulas, and I'm a distributor for them. Been working with them. That's actually the gentleman Wheelwright, who I worked with for years. That's his company. So It's a tremendous natural antiviral. With the Spanish flu epidemic of 1918, it saved 10,000 lives or more. I mean, Dr. Krebs in San Francisco used it very broadly, and then talked about it after. So this is a key herb, Leptotania, that really works. Mm-hmm. Coupled with it, there's a product called Attack, which is immune rejuvenator, and our lung, because this is a lung respiratory-based virus, and it goes and attacks the lungs usually. So you keep the lungs strong with that triad of products. This will fight off the virus. And this one lady that had lung weakness before she got it, fortunately I had worked with her a little bit prior. She had these products on hand and started taking them. And she called me after she got through, basically recovering from the virus, and said, "These saved my life. I would have been down and out. I was sleeping 20 hours a day for 3 weeks. And if I didn't have these products, I probably wouldn't be here now." So anyway, they can really be great when you need them.
Well, it's good to share these thoughts and these ideas. We are in a period of our time in our life right now. We're all dealing with this pandemic. Thank you for sharing those thoughts in regards to those of us that can just build a stronger immune system. Those of us, unfortunately, that might have it. There's definitely a lot of good news coming out in regards to recovery for this virus, and we're glad to hear that. And it's a discussion that we have to have. But going on to a lighter note, in regards to our pickleball community, in regards to nutrition, let's start with just the generic. I don't want to say the generic player, but the non-tournament player. Just for the majority of pickleball players who are out there just on the courts having fun. They want some exercise. Any nutrition ideas that you can give us as just a normal player out there? More energy, more focus, more stamina.
Yeah. So number one, take some basic nutrients in your day, like a multivitamin, some vitamin C, some minerals, protein. Protein, the word protein in Greek means of primary importance. Okay, and protein gives us good blood sugar balance, stability for 4 to 6 hours after consuming it. Whereas carbohydrates give us 1 to 3 at the most. Fats will give us, 3 to 4. But the sugars and those, simple carbs, very short-term energy. In fact, but when they wear off, the worst thing is that, boom, our blood sugar dips on us. So a little trick that I use, I have in my pickleball bag a bottle of vitamin B12 methyl B12, and they are sublingual lozenges. So I'm playing for 2 hours, and my brain starts to go a little bit unclear. I'm not focusing as well. I'm not hitting as well. I pull my bottle out. I put one under my tongue and suck on it for maybe a minute. It dissolves, goes right to the brain. My brain is activated again. I am sharp, focused. I can play again at a higher level for another hour or two with one of these 1,000 microgram tablets. It's really interesting. It really works well. I've also got CoQ10, which is a lozenge. They're 200 milligram. I'll pop one of those for energy. If I just want straight energy, I'll do that. It's interesting, you know, Brett, the British Navy was the dominant military force in the world for like 3 centuries or more.
Mm-hmm.
And the secret, one of the secrets to why they were it in terms of the dominance, they called them limeys, okay? They learned the secret of counteracting scurvy, which all the other nations of the world were contracting, all their naval forces. The limes kept them from getting the scurvy and kept them strong. Well, I have found that limes, I put them in my drinks. So I'll take a lime, I'll cut it in third, and I'll squeeze it into a drink. I use kombucha as a base. Kombucha is a health drink that doesn't have much sugar, and it's not like, you know, the other soft drinks that often are, you know, can use. It's a great alternative to those. I put that in there and I'll just sip it. Okay.
Right.
It activates my brain and makes it sharp and focused again. So it's another little secret that really helps us.
Well, you know, is there a magic pill that I can take that makes sure that all my third shots go into the kitchen?
We wish.
Nothing like that. What about the tournament player, the player that is spending the entire day, especially for those that are winning matches? Sometimes it's like they finish one match and then 20 minutes later they're called to a next match. And you're looking at a 6 to 8 hour, sometimes 10-hour days of consistent playing. Any different type of strategy for that particular player?
Yeah, so I bring a cooler with me to tournaments. Okay, I've got ice packs in there. And what I do is when I get into town, I will find a Costco or a Trader Joe's or a Whole Foods, and I'll go over there and get supplies. And so number one, I'll look for a protein source. I'll look for some wild salmon if they have it. I'll look for buffalo. I'll look, you know, for whatever they've got as a protein source, be it chicken, turkey. You know, Costco has turkey jerky. Okay, so I'll have a bag of that. And I'll have that in my bag. So, and I'll make sure to get protein every few hours to keep that blood sugar stable. Now, if I'm going to go on the court right away, I'll probably won't have the protein. I'll have, like Wheelwright taught me, grapefruit is one of the greatest stimulating foods for the brain. It's high in potassium, stimulates the brain function. I'll take a grapefruit and I'll basically eat a segment of that before I go on the court, or at a timeout, I'll do the same thing. I'll have, I'll go to Trader Joe's or Costco and buy hard-boiled eggs. I'll have those in the cooler. Those are quick. You can just eat one before you go on the court. I'll get protein, and I'll have a kiwi or blueberries. These are great foods that give you energy. They're high in nutrients. Blueberries and kiwi particularly are great for the brain, keep us focused. Like the bananas and oranges that they have often at these tournaments, they're okay. But if I just lived on those, my blood sugar will be plummeting. I've got to have some protein to counterbalance all those carbs. So.
I love it. Great advice. And I really appreciate you taking the time today to talk to our community in regards to nutrition. Is there any last words or any last thoughts you'd like to share with our audience before you go?
Well, number one, find out about your own body and watch and listen to it and what's working and what's not. And follow, of course, those things that work and just keep doing those things. It's important that we take good care of ourselves, because when we do that, our body's going to take good care of us. We also have a special, my company is running We call it the pickleball special. See if we can see this.
A little bit back. All right,
Yeah.
a little bit back. Right there is perfect.
Okay. And this is something where we're offering as our Infinity Health Pickleball special, 25% off of anything we carry. We carry over 1,000 products. Anything in the field of nutrition, we've got it. And also free shipping with a $25 order or more. So this is a way that you can kind of work with us. The good news is that when you call us, I'm available. I'm usually the one answering the phones. So if you got a question about this or that, I give free advice also, usually with the phone call. So it's something where you can kind of live and learn off my expertise if you choose.
Well, I love it. I'm going to be calling you and checking out that website today because I love the idea of having some nutrition that's going to help me become more focused. And the more focused we are on the court, the more energy we have, the better players that we become. So thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for taking your time to share with us today the valuable information you have on nutrition.
And Brett, just to leave you with this quote: those who bring sunshine into the lives of others cannot keep it from themselves. Keep your light shining. Thank you.
So true, Tim. We'll see you on the courts.
Thanks, Brett.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome back. I'm with Dave from VitaFlow Sport, who's going to give us a quick update, and we're also going to talk about some dynamic pickleball safety glasses.
Hey everyone, thanks again for being on the summit. This is really an awesome event. I just wanted to answer a couple of questions that came in yesterday regarding VitaFlow and CBD products. A couple of you are from Canada and we're asking if we can ship there. And unfortunately, right now we cannot due to Canadian and US federal law. So if you're in the States and we're at an event, we're happy to sell to you there, but for right now we can't ship. For everybody in the United States, we can ship to all states. There was a glitch on the website last night causing some issues, but it's repaired now. So if you had a glitch trying to order, it should be no problem at this point. So go ahead and order away. The Summit 20 coupon is still in effect. So thanks for that. And then the last question we had was, can the product be bought locally? Yes, we are at a lot of tournaments going on, which we're excited that they'll be coming back soon because we're all missing pickleball. We're also available through some of the pros and teachers that are VitaFlow ambassadors. So you can reach out to your teacher or a coach and ask them if they are one of our ambassadors. If so, they can get your product. If you are a teacher or a coach and want to be involved with us, please reach out to us at vitaflowsport.com/pbpro, and we'll put that into the show notes as well. We would love to welcome new ambassadors to the program. Okay, so a hot new topic in pickleball is the use of pickleball safety glasses. As you may see some people out on the courts using the yellow or a clear if you're indoor, or like a sunglass. It's very important. And we, as we have watched the game evolve, VitaFlow Sport is all about creating and participating with pickleball and bringing you products that will help you in your wellness and in playing the game safely. So we went and researched and found the best safety glasses out there for the sport. These safety glasses are approved for use in the military of the US, as well as a lot of other industrial places, although they're very sporty. So I want to show you a quick video real quick about these glasses. Go ahead and roll that. Wow, that was a pretty incredible video. What'd you think, Brett?
It was amazing. It just, wow.
Yeah, you know, it's unbelievable that these glasses were taking a hit from a nail gun so close. And then it was very unfortunate to see what happened when you didn't have these glasses on. So you can only imagine that if a pickleball was coming at you, it's going to come up with less of a sharpness and less of speed. So you're going to be very well protected wearing these glasses. I do want to give you a personal story. And this is one of the reasons that we went looking for quality eyewear for people on the pickleball court. I was playing paddle tennis about 10 years ago and was at the net low for a shot, and a tall guy just pounded one that hit me right square in the eyeball. Luckily for me, I had a pair of Oakleys on, and they protected my eye. I was hit so hard it dropped me to the ground and people were afraid. So I was very thankful that I was wearing a great pair of glasses. And now we've found quality glasses that can come to the pickleball world inexpensively so that everyone can protect their eyes. These glasses are all made with a lens that's patented for no fog. We know that that's a big problem. The other piece is the nose piece is a soft nylon that gets a little working out, so it helps the glasses stay on. It's also adjustable. Lastly, I just want to let you know that these are military and police law enforcement specs, so they're very quality, very high end. We have two different pairs that are available. The ones you've seen Brett and I wearing, where you've got an option of a clear yellow, blue, or a dark gray lens, so all different lenses. We also have brought in, due to a popular request, a pair that you can fit over your prescription, either sunglasses or regular glasses. These are available in clear as well as this gray. And so you're able to put these on right over your other glasses so that you don't have to worry about seeing the ball out there. Lastly, the glasses are non-polarized, so it doesn't have a problem with playing lines on the court. So anyway, we are giving away some of these in the giveaways. I hope you guys win. If you don't, stop by VitaFlow Sport if you want to pick up a pair, and make sure that you play safely and keep those eyeballs healthy.
Thanks, Dave. Play safe.
All right.
Those were a really great pair of glasses. Not only do they look good, but they keep you safe. I tell you, those are a great pair of glasses. Whether they're clear, blue, yellow, black, they look good, and they keep you safe. I try not to go on the courts without a pair of glasses. Nothing worse than an eye injury. So I urge all pickleball players to play safe and get out there and protect your eyes for sure. We got a couple great speakers coming up. Laura Fenton's in line. I'm hoping to do some giveaways right now. We love giving away products, and we've got some winners. Don't forget to put your name in the chat. Okay, it looks like our first prize is to Raymond Viola from iDinkwear hat. It's a $22 value. It's a beautiful hat. Matter of fact, I got to get one of those hats. It looks really nice. Congratulations, Raymond, for your new win. You're a winner of the new hat from iDinkwear. Love it. And Irene Yee, you won a pickleball visor. It's a $22 value. And Irene Yee, I love that hat too. Look at that. It looks like red in color. iDinkwear, giving away some great products today. Way to go, Irene. And look at some of the safety glasses that we just talked about. Connie Di Pasqua, you have won Edgewear Eyewear, the Pickleball Collection, a $75 value. Look at that. Clear, yellow, dark. Definitely everyone should be wearing pickleball safety wear on the courts. Russ Wilson, congratulations. You are You've the winner of a PaddleTech Tempest, the Wave 2 paddle. That's a $130 value. You're going to have a lot of fun with that paddle. So way to go, Russ. Russ Wilson is the winner of that particular paddle. Oh my God, look at this. William, if I don't pronounce your last name, Strahl, Straehl, William, you are the winner of, I have one of these machines. It's a Titan Pro massage gun. It's a $200 value. And I tell you, William, you're going to love this, this piece of equipment, especially if you are sore, have any muscle aches. You're going to love it. So a $200 value given by VitaFlow Sports. Way to go, VitaFlow, for bringing that on. Our next speaker, we're going to bring on Laura Fenton. I'm going to, she is so, if you know Laura, you love her, but I've got to describe Laura. Laura Fenton is a 4-time U.S. Open champion in the sport of pickleball. She's attained gold, silver, and bronze at both the USAPA National Championships and the Tournament of Champions, as well as a winner of over 45 5.0 level tournament events. What many of you really might not know about Laura is that she's also a national champion in 4 other sports: basketball, softball, tennis, racquetball, and was a member of the United States national racquetball team for 15 years. She qualified for the Olympics 3 times and won 5 world titles. Her background, which really impressed me, a college professor for the past 30 years in kinesiology, exercise, science, geometry, biomechanics, sports psychology, neuroscience, and athletic training, combined with her own athletic background, makes Laura just a great pickleball instructor. We know that she's a great coach. Her topic today is Who's Got It? Covering the court through geometry. So we can't wait to get Laura on with us. I didn't mind algebra in school, but geometry was not my thing. So I'm kind of learning. I would love to learn how geometry helps me be a better pickleball player. And I know there's a lot of truth and value in it. So we're looking forward to that. I'm going to see. There she is. Laura, how are you? I just was describing to everyone everything about you, your national championships, you're being an Olympian, your entire background, college professor. I could have gone on for days and days about how great of a player you are, your world championships. I shared with the audience all your accomplishments. Welcome and thank you for being here.
Well, Brett, thank you. And all I can say is I was very, very blessed, and a lot of people helped me get to those goals and being successful.
Well, the fact that just being an Olympian is wow. Now I can go around sharing with all my friends. I'm friends with an Olympian.
Well, let me clarify that though, okay? So in the sport of racquetball, I did qualify for 3 Olympics, but our sport was cut each time. We've never been a full medal sport. So technically we're not allowed to say I'm an Olympian because we did have our world championships in the Pan American Games, World Games, and all of those Olympic festivals. But yes, unfortunately, the big daddy, we did not get to participate. So it was disappointing, but still, I've been very fortunate.
We did share about the 4-time U.S. Open champion. Congratulations on that. We talked about all your medals. I was starting to talk about, in school, I liked algebra, but geometry was never my thing. and so I'm excited to hear about your topic today was Who's Got It? Covering the court through geometry. I appreciate that. My first question that I have is that I know many people are told different things in regards to who's got the ball or whose shot is it, and you teach the court from a geometrical perspective. Mm-hmm. And why is that? And can you explain what that's all about?
Sure. First of all, if we talked about any sport out there, it could be basketball, baseball, football, every every single sport has these same concepts. When we talk about geometrical, a lot of times we're talking about angles. No, but every sport, we have heights, angles, and speed, okay? So as I start to cover this a little bit on the court, hopefully this will make a little more sense when we think of those three things. If I bring in something really simple, if I could for a moment, is just saying, if I'm gonna hit a high lob serve, I don't wanna hit it hard, obviously, because we're gonna hit it out. So the higher we go, as far as heights go, the slower we need to go. If we go a medium height, we go medium speed. If we hit lower across the net, we hit harder because we got to get it into the box, okay? So those are just very basic terms or analogies of that type of thing. In regards to the court, this is kind of a saying that I've said in many years of teaching is, when somebody asks me a question, the answer is always going to be, it depends, okay? As we know, about 80% of our players in pickleball are 50 and over, okay? So there are things that come from professional players, younger pro players that say are 20, 30 years old. Not that they're incorrect. It just depends on the situation. And so that's what I hope to really educate people today. And especially those, it's not your skill level. This is really about your movement on the court, your reaction time, your reflexes, and why this works and what we're trying to do. So geometry on a court is we really want to talk about angles. We want to try to narrow that court as much as possible to give our opponents as few shot selections as possible in that moment, okay? So if you can see on my board, I have two players up here. They're two black spots. And down here I have two blue players. And here's my ball. It's a yellow one. That's a magnet, okay? So let's just say that the blue team right now is the receiving team, and they've gotten to the kitchen line. And this return of serve with the ball comes over here deep in the court. And this player is going to hit a backhand. Because the answer to how we cover the court, the number one answer is it depends on where the ball is coming from. Okay, so many times people have been told the forehand has it. The forehand has it, okay? Well, let's just take something that this makes sense. What if we have two backhanded or left-handed players and their backhands are in the middle and the ball's coming through the middle? Well, whose forehand is it?
Right. There's no forehand.
There's no forehand, okay? So we're gonna give a couple of different, a variety of different scenarios here. So if this is the case, the ball is deep in the court, and that makes a difference too. What we call the line or the same side as the court, the player on the right has to cover the line. Okay, now it also depends on what are the skills of your opponents. Is a player here capable of hitting a ball down the line? Maybe not. So you may not have to move over quite so far. You could stay on the over here. But a question to everybody in our audience right now. When your opponents are hitting the ball, what is the number one place you must cover first at all times? The middle. You've got to hit the middle. That's why we teach people to hit a lot of balls down the middle. So because the ball is on this side of the court, we want this player on this side to move to the middle, okay? Now, if we look at this from a geometrical point of view, we have now created a much smaller triangle between my partner and the person hitting the ball. Hitting a ball from here to this side is much more difficult. And keep in mind, this is just a dot. And depending on the size of that person, take someone like yourself, Brad. You're a big guy. What are you, 6'1", 6'2"?
6 feet, yeah, 6'1".
6'4", okay? So if this player right here stays over in the middle of their box and is just, let's just say, is just standing here, okay? You are absolutely no threat whatsoever to that person hitting the ball. So let's say now, as I go out of the picture, I'm standing clear over here in my spot. There's a big hole in the middle here. But now I get over here and I get big. Okay, what do you think that person's gonna see? I can guarantee you they're gonna see you, Brett. This big guy spread out, okay? Scott Moore is very good at this. It's like, I'm getting in your face. I want them to see me. Why do I wear bright colors? Yeah, I like them, but why do I wear them? Because they're a distraction as well. So if I'm standing there covering that middle and my partner, now I'm over here and my partner is here and we're both kind of big, what do you think this person back here sees? A wall.
A giant wall.
A giant wall. Like, oh, where do I hit it now? Okay. Now let's take a little bit different scenario because you have to be careful with that. Okay. Let's say my partner returned the serve and it came clear up here. The serve landed short in the court. Do we want this player coming clear over here? No, because now it's a much easier shot for them to be able to hit a ball right over to that corner.
Right.
Okay, so it always depends. Where's the ball? Where's it coming from? Okay. Not only that, which we will get to here in a little bit of covering the court with your partner back here deep in the court, which really irritates a lot of people, by the way. But okay, so now let's say my partner returns the ball down the middle. And this person comes over to take a forehand now. And this one has gotten up to that kitchen line. Okay, whose ball is it?
Depends, huh?
Thank you. Good answer. Okay. Now, maybe my partner sometimes with, I'm not going to say younger players, more so younger players. There are some senior pro players as well that have a fabulous two-handed backhand, very quick, right here. Okay. Now, maybe that's the case. And as partners, you have to know the skill of your partner as well. But most of the time, if the return of serve is going here, this person is still moving forward. Maybe it's a return of serve, maybe it's in the middle of the point. But this is a time we want both of them to squeeze the middle of the court. As I tell a lot of people, this line right here does not exist after the serve. So it's not his side, her side, my side, your side, get off of my side, it's my ball. You have to figure this out as a team, first of all. But if we figured this out ahead of time, how many times do we have balls going right through the middle that cost you 1, 2, 3 points in a game and it costs you the game? It happens at every single level, okay? So we have to learn as partners here, okay? But now if you look at this angle, okay, we have squeezed the court. So for this person to hit a ball perfectly into that kitchen on that side or that side is very difficult, okay? So what we call squeezing the court now. We're not necessarily one person poaching, but we're squeezing that middle to take away the middle and force them to try to hit a tougher shot, okay? Hopefully that kind of answers that question for you, Brett.
It sounds like, Laura, that with proper geometry, you're forcing your opponent to make a low percentage shot.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean, what is the easiest ball to hit? A ball that's up above the net a little bit and right to the middle and to our forehands. We're going to put that next shot away. Exactly.
Right. Right.
So we want to force them, yes, to try to hit a more difficult shot. And a lot of times that ball either goes into the net or it goes out. And usually the response out of the person who hits it and goes, oh, I know I can hit that shot. Well, yes, we all know we can, but we're putting a little more pressure on you now.
Right, right.
But if we take a player, let's say that is a high level pro player, and from back here, we're talking 44 feet deep in the court, and if they can consistently hit a drop shot, even if it's slow, I've got time to take 1 or 2 steps over and get to the dink. If they hit top spin, okay, I may not be able to come as far, but you know that you still have to cover the middle and that angle. So again, that depends on the skill level of your opponent.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it makes sense. Now, does this apply if all 4 players are at the kitchen line?
Absolutely. So let's do that for a second. Okay, all 4 players are at the kitchen line. So as far as covering the court, it is based on what side the ball is on. So again, we'll stay with this player. If the ball is on this side of the court, this player has straight on. Okay, this player has moved a little bit to the center. Got to squeeze the center because this line is not here. So even if this next shot were to hit right there, most people will say, well, it's on my side of the court, I should take it. In this case, we don't want this person to step up with their backhand because now it's opened up the back side. Okay, this ball is coming straight on cross court, so this person has the ball. And most of the time we'll hit it right back to that same spot. So these 2 players as a team stay balanced. They always want to stay balanced. If one person moves in, which a lot of times this person is covering the middle and the ball comes through the air and all of a sudden this person jabs over with their backhand and many times misses it, when this is an easy setup for this player, okay? So staying balanced and learning where is the ball at. Ball's here, I've got line, he's got middle or she's got middle, and the cross court, okay? The ball comes over here, we're gonna shift. And we always shift, like we're connected with a bungee cord. We always want shifting, okay? So if the ball comes over here, well, now this is their backhand, okay? You still have to cover this side. You've got middle, you've got the angle as well, okay? So again, depending on the skills of those opponents, what kind of shots do they hit? Do they hit flat? Do they hit topspin? Do they hit slice? All depends on, you know, how far over you can move and how quick your reflexes are and how far your reach is. Okay, so there's never an exact answer, you know, to all of that, but we should be constantly moving and shifting based on where that ball is at. If that makes sense.
It does. I really like the concept that center line disappears. So it's no longer, a lot of players, especially the newer players in the sport, think this is my side, this is your side.
Correct.
That was your ball because it bounced on that side of the line. And that's not true.
Correct. Absolutely correct. And let me back up for a second, Brett. Let's take the ball over here on this side of the court. Even though it's the same concept, it does help to see things visually, which is why I highly recommend anybody out there videotape yourself when you're playing. You learn so much, or have somebody analyze it. I use a lot of video even in my private lessons to help people see this and explain, and they go, oh, I get it now, I see it, okay? Different way of learning. So if the ball is being hit from this side of the court, let's say, they're hitting a forehand. Again, it depends on the skill of that player. If this is a player, again, it could be a 3-5-4 level player that can hit topspin and can hit down the line. So this player necessarily can't pull to the middle or have that paddle in a forehand position, which I see a lot of players do. It all depends on the skill levels of your opponents. So when, a lot of times people ask me, well, where should my paddle be? Should it be in this block position at 11 o'clock? Should it be here? Should it be here? It depends on your skill level of your opponents. So if this player is able to hit down the line You should never, ever, ever, ever get beat down the line. Inexcusable. But your partner, see how big that middle is now?
Right.
Partner has to move over and cover the middle. So we create this triangle. This to over here, may want to go about right there. This to here is a much more difficult shot, okay? And I'd just like to say that my little magnets aren't quite as big as people would be either. So this looks like, you know, quite a bit of distance here.
Right.
You know, we're going to be big and wide, and the opponent's going to see that. So that really narrows down. I mean, it really becomes where it's got to be a perfect shot right there. In order for that ball to go in, it has to be hit slower as well. So you still have time to move if you have to. Okay. So hopefully that helped as well.
And those magnets don't have as big of a wingspan as we do.
Not as quick either.
Hey, you and I have talked before in the past, and you mentioned where you use geometry or this geometry concept when your team is returning serve.
Mm-hmm.
Can you share that with us?
Yeah. Okay. So let's say we're going to just call this team A.
Right.
And team B. Okay. So the ball is being served from this player. And they're serving over here. Okay. Many times, again, people have been taught to return cross court. And I'm not saying that's wrong. Again, the answer will always be, it depends.
It depends.
So let's say that I have two very highly skilled players here, or 5-0 level players in this case. Mm-hmm. Okay. If my partner can return this ball down the line or even somewhat to the middle, it allows your partner to move over. Okay. Now, depending on how fast that serve came, how hard you return the ball, because the faster you return it, the faster it's coming back, and how quick you are down here, back here, when I say down, but back at the back of the court. You may only get to about here when that opponent is about to hit the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And something I teach, here's a little extra tip, is this player has got to be stopped and split step when that player is about to hit the ball. Okay. You can't hit balls well when a ball's coming at you and your feet are moving. You can't hit a ball. You're off balance. Okay. We want to be stopped. Okay. And in this case, again, I go back to, I don't care if it's 2 men, 2 women, male, female, whatever, because I've gotten this many times and saying, well, it's your side of the court, it's your shot. Okay. We want to do what's best as a team here. And I literally want this player, again, getting big and wide, but they may come clear over to here as that ball is now starting to travel back. They're going to take a forehand because this person, their partner, hasn't gotten to that kitchen line yet. And it allows us to keep that play right here at all times, because that ball now, where are they going to hit the next shot? Right back to that same player, keeping them deep. Okay.
Right.
Right. We're going to keep that ball on the side of the court. So many times we create this in a point and we might say, okay, we're going to isolate one player.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe a weaker player happens to be on this side of the court now. Okay, we might return cross court, but see what happens. And it's okay, nothing wrong with that. But we return. Sorry, that was my paddle. So now we return cross court, okay? It doesn't allow this person to poach necessarily against higher level players because you're going to get burned down the line, okay? Now, here's where the it depends comes in. Maybe your opponent doesn't have that down the line shot. So here is a good opportunity to pick on a weaker player, and this allows my partner to poach that middle no matter where that player is at. They could be on this side or that side, but that's where we would choose to return serve, okay? Because it still is their forehand, but if they don't have a down the line shot, you can pick on that one player all day long. So what I'm saying is, the better the team that you play against as a team, both players are good, the more that we can keep things in this triangle, okay? The same thing would apply if we switch sides as well, okay? The serve is coming to this side. The serve is now coming this direction, okay? Now, if this player is the strong player on our opponent's side, we still want to return that ball down the line. This one's going to poach the middle as they are coming forward. They may only get to there, okay? But we're squeezing that middle, and now we're creating this triangle here, okay? So when we think angles, we always think triangles, okay? What we consider, we can break up the court. Some people will break the court up into quadrants as well. But if we have two equally skilled players against us, we can either go down the line or even to the middle. That return to serve could go to the middle. We're now going to create the triangle here. So we force them to try to hit a tougher shot outward. That makes sense.
I love it. I love it. It makes a lot of sense. What conversations are you having with your partner in regards to this geometric strategy? For example, are you telling your partner, this is where I'm going to be returning the ball, or this is the angle that I'm going to be, should players be having a conversation with themselves in regards to shot selection?
You know, absolutely. And a couple things here, Brett. Those conversations should take place prior to the match starting, okay? And hopefully, it doesn't always occur, especially for people who are just coming into the sport and they don't know anybody. And so they just pick up a player needing a partner. Okay, so you don't really know each other, or you're from different states. So you don't have this advantage. In this case, you should be talking ahead of time. You should know whether they return cross court. I know where I should be. My partner should probably know where I should be, and they should know where they should be. Okay, so it doesn't matter where they return. Sometimes a serve is hit really well that it's out of their control. Maybe we want it to go down the line, but it didn't. Okay, I mean, that's the way it happens, right? But if we have the abilities to put the ball where we want to, we've discussed this prior to the match starting. But now let's say we're in the middle of a match and something's just not working, okay? I absolutely, if I see something, again, I always have to say something positive. That's another tip. If you're going to address your partner, most people, unless they've told you, I don't mind, tell me, whatever. Most people don't like to be told what to do or feel like you're attacking them. So say be positive and saying, okay, here's what I'm seeing, okay? And from a coaching perspective, to me, that's what makes a good coach, is having a good eye for the court and the players, their abilities, your strengths, your weaknesses. How do we fix those weaknesses? How do we exploit your opponent's weaknesses, okay? Court coverage is a huge, huge, huge part of the game. You don't have to be ripping balls and winning points on every time you hit the ball. As long as you get those balls back and everybody knows on your side of the court who's going to hit the next shot. So let's take one more scenario, we haven't talked about, and that would be, what if you have a lefty righty? A lefty and a righty, okay? Which I have had in both women's and my mix. My current mixed partner is a lefty, okay? His forehand's to the middle, my forehand's to the middle. We both love to hit overheads, okay? We love to attack. He's extremely quick, much quicker than I am, okay? So again, depending on where the ball is at, if the ball is here, he automatically knows I'm taking the middle and he has confidence in my shots. Now, if I didn't have good shots here in the middle and he's covering the line, he probably would start playing over more and like say, okay, I'm going to take the middle from now on. Okay?
Right.
He has confidence in my shots, not a problem. Ball's over here. He's taking the middle. I already know that. I am not going to turn and reach for my forehand in the middle because he has a forehand. He's left-handed. He has a forehand. I have all the confidence in the world from him. Now let's say the ball's coming from the middle of the court and we're squeezing that middle. I can't say this enough. If you have not talked about this prior to your matches or that tournament, you're going to have problems.
Right.
Okay. And people have to practice these things with your partners. Go play games and quit worrying about what the score is in practice. Work on the things you need to work on as a team. In this case, what I have said to both my women's partner and mixed partner that were left-handed, we all love the middle. We loved overheads. We love to attack. I just said, they're yours, period. Every ball that is coming from the middle to the middle, it's yours. I don't care if it's over here. I'll get out of the way. It's yours. That way we always know who's going to hit the ball. Okay. And if he doesn't hit it, which has happened, once or twice or likewise, we go, my bad. It's like, I got it. My bad. I'm like, no problem. So as long as we communicate with each other too, like we make that mistake, let's fix it right then. Let's not wait till the end of the game after we've lost the game. So hopefully that makes sense to a lot of people.
Oh, absolutely. I love the two things that I took, my takeaways from this conversation. One is based on the geometric position or where the ball is, it tells me where I need to be.
Exactly.
I mean, I know where I need to be. No more
Absolutely.
guessing.
Absolutely.
And I should also know where my partner's going to be at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the fact that you're communicating with your partner even before the game. And I'm sure there's a lot of communication during the game that you have as well.
Sure. Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of things that tie into that, Brett. Obviously, we're not going to go into, but the more you play with that same person, I mean, the team that comes to my mind is Jen LaCour and Alex Hamner. They've played together for so long. One player could literally be off the court or falling, and she still knows where her partner's going to hit the next shot. Partner knows where her partner's at, and so where to hit it to hopefully give her time to get back into the court. Okay. You literally could close your eyes. I should know if I've played with that person long enough, I should know exactly what they're going to hit and what to expect. Okay. So that then leads into shot selection. It leads into paddle position when you're what I call the off person. Okay. When you're not the person hitting the ball, my paddle is going to be in a certain position based on where my partner is at and where they're going to hit their next shot, because I'm already ready to react to the next one that may come at me. Instead of people, paddles are right in the middle or they're watching, all of a sudden we're not prepared. Okay. So all of these things tie in with each other. And that's what you learn step by step by step, in 2 or 3 days even, or seeing yourself on camera and seeing that, oh my gosh, okay, I'm back here. I should have been turned this way. There's the ball. I should have been here. You learn so much, from the video part of it.
Well, I appreciate this. This is such valuable information. I remember it was maybe a couple of years ago where you and I met for the first time. You and I were both doing a boot camp, a clinic together. And one of the things I noticed was how the people that you were teaching and coaching just loved your style. They loved the way that you taught. They loved the nuances. They loved your ability to find their strength and to develop any areas of weakness that they might need to develop. Before we go, I know you're involved with World Team Pickleball. Can you tell the audience, this is something that people need to know about what's going on. Can you leave us with what is World Team Pickleball? And we'll talk a little bit about that before we leave you.
Sure. I created World Team Pickleball back in, I believe, 2014. Originally, it was going to be it still is, but I started it strictly as 2 leagues in the state of Ohio, Columbus, Ohio. Hi, everybody in Ohio. We had some t-shirts that were made. This is where World Team Pickleball originated.
Okay.
And the team concept really had to do with playing leagues and tournaments with more than 2 people. Okay, creating a team because it's more fun. There's strategy. There's a little mystery involved as to who you're going to put on what courts. Your opponents are going to put on what courts. So that's the tournament and our one-day shootout side of it. But we also have expanded that as you know, as you know, I love to teach. And I've taught clinics and camps all over the country the last 5 years, but we've incorporated that into World Team Pickleball as well. So the team part of that is what I consider everybody involved. My coaches, as well as myself as a coach, the people who come to our camps, my administrators, my website guy, everybody does my marketing, helping me with videos, all of us, we're a team. We're here to help everybody get better in some way. Okay? So I took that a little bit further. I'll hold this up just so you can see worldteampickleball.com.
Got it.
If you go on there, if you've not been on our site and you hit contact us, we have updated a lot of our website over the last few weeks, and we've been working on our videos, and I'm putting a lot of our lectures, our warm-ups, our cool downs, how to increase your flexibility, your reaction time, and a lot of instructional tips as well as mental training tips as well.
It's a website that I recommend everyone to visit. Can we have our audience ask you a couple questions really quick?
Sure. Absolutely.
One question was, do you use your whiteboard on the court with your players? I've always thought about incorporating this teaching tool on court, just never have enough time.
You know, for a long time, I did not, because I traveled and I didn't have a big enough bag. Shame on me. I think it's a fabulous tool. So the answer to that, I finally bought one. I have a bigger one now that collapses. And anybody who's been to my camps, I have 2 huge hockey bags on wheels, and thank God for Southwest, because it doesn't cost me anything to take everything with me. So I take my hoppers, my balls, my net, my fish nets to pick up balls. Yes, in regards to that question, I think it's a huge, very, very, very positive teaching tool. People can visually see something as well as when we videotape them.
Here's another question. Should court coverage strategies change when playing mixed doubles?
It depends. It depends on the skills of your players, okay?
Okay.
I have seen mixed where the man is a huge dominant player, quick, strong attacks. That would be a totally different strategy, having him really push that middle. And that's where I would suggest them stacking in that case, if he is a really strong, big force on the court. But I've also seen some men, they might be big in stature and physique, but they're not a force on the court. They're more timid. They're more introverted. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but you have to change. So maybe the woman of that team really is more of a power or a force or attacker on that team, probably would be better on this side of the court, okay? So it just depends. I've played many mixed doubles matches where I may not even know the team, and I'm thinking, I don't automatically think that the woman is a weaker player than the man. I mean, especially growing up a female, I've been in that in every sport. You have to prove yourself. But within 3, 4, 5 points in that match, if I don't know them, I'm going to try a few different things to see what their skills are. And many times I've noticed where the female actually has a better third shot drop, knows when to attack, covers the court better. And I'm like, oh, okay. So let's pick on the man. Okay. So there's not a right or wrong or one way to anything. Again, it doesn't matter if it's a mixed team, a women's team, or a men's team. It just all depends. Your strengths, finding their weaknesses and picking on it.
Okay, two more questions. We'll let you go. How do you go from being a spectator when watching videos to really analyzing the play?
Well, I think that is the ability that you have. Do you know how to analyze it, or do you need a coach or a teacher to analyze it for you? Okay. So, I mean, if you can watch a match and you're not videotaping it and you still don't know how to analyze it, it's not going to be any different on a video. Okay. So you really need to get the expertise. And I have to be really careful how I say this, because I love this game. I love the people in this game. And I love that people give of themselves and they do clinics and free lessons. And I live in a part of the country that does this. And yet I come across where they're being taught incorrectly, and it's hard.
Right.
I have to bite my tongue because it's like, well, why would I pay for a lesson with this person when I can get this for free? And it's like anything else in life. You get what you pay for. There are people who have a lot of years of background in sports, in tennis, in pickleball. There's some that have been playing this game for 45, 50 years. Okay. So I would think they know what they're talking about. And look at people who have been very successful and look at their backgrounds. Okay. So it really just depends. You have to have somebody that knows what they're talking about.
Okay, last question. Can you give some samples of signal communications?
Sure. Usually, a lot of times if we're going to poach, this is done in tennis as well, a key, and I'll do it right here in front of the camera, okay?
Sure.
I have a closed fist behind my back to my partner means I'm gonna stay put. I'm gonna stay on my side of the court. My partner's returning serve, okay? If we are playing, this is really more especially if we are playing a really solid, tough team. We want to try to mix some things up, especially you don't want a team getting into the same rhythm and momentum and you just doing the same thing. I mean, that's like bang your head against the wall. You think you're going to get a different result. No. Okay. So these are things that we practice as well prior to tournaments, especially with my mixed part. Well, both my women's and mixed, we practice these. So a closed fist is I'm staying put. Okay. If I do fingers down or hand down or something like that, fingers are open, means I'm going. And each partner's been a little bit different. If I put my fingers out and I start wiggling them, means I'm faking. Okay. For some people, if one finger out this week means I'm faking, two means I'm going. So you better hope you have a partner who has good eyesight, because you see communication happen. Okay. But yes, we will use signals as far as what I'm doing at the net. If we think we're going to change from hitting the ball down the line to cross court, after a point, and we're both kind of walking back, or we're kind of walking, I literally will say something, just like I'm going down the line, or I'll say down the line, or I'm cross court or something, and he or she knows exactly what I'm talking about already.
Got it. Hey, Laura, thank you so much for your wisdom today. We were so excited to have you on. We can talk for hours and hours and hours. I'm hoping we can have you back at another time for another one of our summits.
Hey, it's my pleasure. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And we want everyone to go to World Teampickleball.com. There it is. WorldTeamPickleball.com. And we'll see you on the course, Laura.
Hey, thank you. God bless everybody.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, that was a great cover. I can talk for hours and hours and hours with Laura, as well as some of the other top professionals. We're going to welcome Steve Dawson and Sean Walker to the program. And I can't tell you, I cannot give more love to Steve Dawson. He's just an amazing gentleman. He's an amazing man. He's an amazing pickleball player. Steve is a Canadian champion, men's open champion, US Open champion, 2019 champion in the US Open and Nationals, won gold medals. He was in the finalists in the USAPA National Men's Open with his son. Just an amazing player and amazing coach, amazing trainer. He does boost camps. He's he's the owner of Bobby Riggs Tennis and Pickleball Club in Encinitas, California. Pro Kenix paddles are his paddles. His topic today is the mindset of a competitor. We're going to brainstorm with Steve and his partner. You're going to get a wealth of knowledge here. So we're going to bring Steve on. And we've got a lot of questions for Steve. I've had the opportunity, let me get rid of these questions. I've had the opportunity to work with Steve on several of his pickleball camps, and just what an amazing trainer and coach that he is. And he loves the sport. We played with each other together. We played against each other on the courts. An amazing competitor. And we're going to have a lot of fun with this. Thanks for everyone for staying with us. Day 3 of the Pickleball Summit. If you have some questions for Steve, write them down. We're going to try and answer as many questions as we can for you today. And we're also going to have some giveaway prizes as well. What do you think of the discussion in regards to geometry with Laura? Like where we need to be on the court. So
you directed.
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Doing all right.
I was just sharing with our audience all your accomplishments. I don't know if you heard me or not, but I was just telling everyone all your wins at nationals, being a champion, your finalists in the USAPA National Open. We talked about Bobby Riggs. We talked about Pro Canucks. We just talked about you just being not only a great player, but just a great human being that loves the sport of pickleball.
You're being too kind.
So I like the concept of the mindset of a competitor, because it opens up the discussion to anything and everything pickleball related. So my first question to you, Steve, is how about picking the right partner?
That's always, of course, the first thing. Some people say the secret to doubles is picking the best partner you can find.
Yeah.
But my secret to doubles is picking the friendliest and nicest person I can find, a person that I would enjoy competing with and spending a weekend with. That's has to be fun for me. I have to enjoy my partner and get along on the court.
Well, you have won so many national and major tournaments in the sport of pickleball. What has been your strategy? Let's start with how did you get into pickleball, and then how did you advance and become such a great player that you are today?
Well, I got into pickleball actually accidentally. My wife and I, Bobby Riggs Tennis and Pickleball Club just used to be Bobby Riggs Club. And we had some picklers want to rent some courts one day. So my wife and I said, we'll gladly take your money, go take the corner court for a few hours and pay me when you're done. And that scenario went on for a few months, and the group grew and grew. And I told my wife, I said, hey, babe, I'm going to give this thing a try. It looks kind of fun. And I went out and played for the first time and came home and told my wife I'm never playing another tennis tournament the rest of my life. That's it for me. That's
a great story. Pickleball is so easy to fall in love with. So now you got into the competitive aspect of pickleball and soon became one of the best players in the nation. Can you kind of share with our audience what your strategy was and how did that happen? Well, what happened was I fell in love with pickleball and fell in love with it because it was not tennis. The closer it resembled tennis, the more I disliked it because I spent my whole life playing tennis. And what intrigued me about the sport was the fact that it has a kitchen and a kitchen line on it. And I was never going to compete and beat the younger superstars with speed, reflex, talent, skills, and muscles. So I told myself, excuse me, I'm going to turn this off here. So I told myself, I think I want to master the slow game and slow it all down. So when, as a 50-year-old, I get on the court with a 25-year-old, I surely can hit it as soft as them. I might not be as fast, but let me figure out this kitchen play, short play, soft game stuff where I can bring everything down to a speed that I can manipulate. So I sort of learned pickleball. I mean, I would play a whole tournament. I'd look at my son and say, let's not hit one hard ball this whole tournament. And we'd play an entire tournament with third shot drops and dinks, and that's all we do. And I learned it that way, and I loved it.
because it was not tennis. It was something completely unique. And I would laugh that I can hit it so soft and win. And the softest player was the best player. And the person who could hit the ball closer to the net with no speed was better than the person who could slam it. And I just took off in that direction from day one. It humored me, would be what I'd say.
So your strategy for you has been the soft game, even in today's game. I know pickleball has changed over the years and evolved, and we hit different shots. We used to always hit, every third shot used to be a drop, and now we see a lot of third shot drives. Are you still playing the soft game?
Oh, I do hit more hard shots now, but invariably it seems that all points in matches, regardless of poaches and power and third shot drives and smashes and all these trick shots and power plays that are happening, when you look at it closely, it seems at the critical times to always boil down to that kitchen play. One way or another, matches seem to progress to the soft game, and it's nice to have additions to it, but if you don't have mastery of the soft game, I don't see anyone winning a major tournament or a 5-0 gold if you don't have mastery of the kitchen.
So we're talking about the mindset of a competitor. You are now at the kitchen line. What's going through your head?
Once it's at the kitchen line, I think that I've got the person right where I want them. So,
okay.
Come on up to the kitchen line. You're in my world now. Come, let me dissect you. So I enjoy getting it that far and progressed in the point. When I'm at the kitchen line, I do not personally like to pick on one player over the other. The level of play at the high level, the 5-0 level, the pro level, everyone is good. Everyone can play. Everyone has the shots. So I work on moving the ball around the kitchen, making players reach to shots that are wide, cover the middle, then go wide, back foot people, go corner to corner, as opposed to just hitting every single ball to the person that I deem the weakest. I don't do that. I move it around and get everyone involved in every point.
Now, when you are hitting your soft game, you're at the kitchen line, you're hitting the soft game, are you waiting for them to make the error, or are you trying to force the error? What are you waiting for? Are you just returning the ball, or when are you attacking?
No, I'm not returning it. I want to move people around as far as I can move them. So like if I hit a dink down the middle, whichever person hits that ball from the middle, they're going to get one to the next corner because half the court is open. If I go to one corner, a far left, both players will shift over to the left. And then that means my next thing is going to the far right. So they both have to shift to their right. So I'm never going to hit the ball to where someone is standing. Not only does that force errors from your opponent, it also forces pop-ups. And at that point, I'll be aggressive. So I move it to get my shot.
It sounds almost like a game of chess. You're planning 2 or 3, 4 moves ahead of time.
That's true. And sometimes prior, I'll be in a kitchen rally and people will be hugging the line extra close. And sometimes within the rally, get a signal to myself that, a lob might come in this time. So I'll work the point around 6, 7, or 8 shots. And then if an opportunity for a lob comes, I'll flip the lob in. And that sort of just comes to me in the middle of a point.
So you're moving them around. What is it that you don't want your competitor to do to you?
I would say the same thing. I would love if they thought that good kitchen play was simply to hit it in the kitchen. I would have a field day with that player. But most players at the high level can not just hit it in the kitchen, but to hit it to spots in the kitchen. And that's what I don't want them to do to me, or it's going to be a battle of fitness.
how do you train? What drills do you do? Right now, let's, for example, you're attacking the kitchen and you're returning the ball to the kitchen. If I took the odd side, if I'm on the odd side and I'm hitting to their odd side, say a cross court, just in that half of the kitchen, say there's 4 quadrants. Are you drilling in each of those 4 quadrants, or even maybe 5 or 6 areas? How are you drilling or practicing of where to place those balls?
Well, when there's 2 players, myself and a practice partner,
Okay.
I will have my practice opponent, let's say, stay on the right side. And they'll stay on the right side. And that person on the right side will run me all over the court. They'll hit one straight ahead. They'll hit one down the middle. Then they'll hit one cross court, then down the middle, then straight ahead, then down the middle, then cross court. And they're getting the feeling of being able to move their dinks. Every single dink will go to a different spot than where the last one was. So one running around getting exhausted, but the skill is being developed by the player who's standing there themselves, because they have to hit one to each of the 3 places on the court, regardless of where the ball comes to them.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does, because I remember the last time I was down at your club, I was working with you at one of your clinics, and I think Irina was there. And she told me, she says, "Hey, Brett, would you mind helping me drill and do some practice?" I said, "Sure." She would start at the baseline or even at the kitchen line at the far end, left side of the court. And then I'd hit to the far right of the court, and she's running over there, hitting it back to me. I thought, oh my God. And then she had me do it from the baseline. She was running cross, and just amazing ability. And it sounds like you're doing something very similar at the kitchen line. You're moving, you're practicing that movement.
Well, yeah, it doesn't do much good. Like if you and your partner are just going to sit there and hit cross courts all day long to each other, that's not near as good as one person handing it to the middle and then to the far corner, in the middle and the far corner, and the other person having to hit cross court with all their shots. So it's in pickleball, it's not a game of how well you can hit the ball, a game of how well you can hit the ball having moved and run to the ball to get it. So all the drills I do involve movement and going to balls and coming back from balls, instead of just hitting right to the person over and over again, which is something I wouldn't do when I play anyway.
Okay. Now, high level players, they know who you are. As a lot of us players, we're playing people that we've played in the past. They kind of know our game. If I was going to play against you, I know that you love the soft game, so I would probably not want to participate in the soft game with you. I would want to attack and hit hard shots at you. Do you expect that from your opponents, especially even if they don't know who you are, but they realize really quickly you're very skilled at the soft game, and they start to change that strategy? How do you?
Well, go ahead, finish your question. I'm sorry.
How do you defend against that?
Well, my defense would be to hope that they try to be aggressive at foolish times, and that would be advantage me. If I blow it and hit it right to them, or pop a dink up, or hit it to a spot they don't have to move to, they'll be successful at attacking. So there's dinks and there's unattackable dinks, and you want to be real good at hitting an unattackable dink, so that if the person does feel like pulling the trigger, and even if their hands are faster than yours are, they'll be doing it at a foolish time.
Well, you kind of shared in the beginning of the program about you might not be as fast or as strong or as flexible, or, as these younger kids. But I don't believe it, because you made it to the finals in the open division, which means that you were playing against much younger players who are quicker and faster and stronger and more athletic, and you're holding your own and you're making it to the gold medal match. How does someone that's like us, over 50, what drills, what exercises, what commitment can we do to become a better player?
Well, I would say that the better you are at pickleball,
Mhm.
better your fitness level needs to be.
Okay.
Points become longer, you run further, more is expected from you. So what you don't want to be is fitter than your pickleball skill level. That's like having a triathlete who can hardly play the sport. That doesn't do you any good. But it's also bad to have your skill level higher than your fitness level. So I would say that the better you are at pickleball, the more fit you should become, because your practice would be better. Your drills can go longer. You'll advance further in your tournaments. Your tournaments will start at 8 in the morning and end at 8 at night instead of starting at 8 in the morning and end at noon. So you have to keep the fitness level up. So yeah, that's what I would say.
One of the questions.
How's your fitness level, Brett?
Well, you know, it was great until the pandemic. And so I definitely gained a few pounds, but I'm hoping to get that off.
Yeah.
And so one of our audience members asked this question. Do the pros watch a lot of video on their opponents for tournaments?
The only pro that I am most familiar with is myself. And my answer is no. That's a debatable subject. It depends on who your coach is and who the player is and who you're asking. But I like to spend my time worrying about myself and my game. I like to get myself prepared on all the things that I want to do and the things that I want to do well. And I find it a mental letdown when I have to go into a match and figure out how I have to adjust to beat my opponent. I prefer to go in saying, this is who I am and how I play and what I do. And the person who's going to adjust is going to be my opponent. And it's been my experience that the person who has to modify their game to beat their opponent is the person who's going to lose most often, because the first thing they've done is say, I can't beat this guy with my game. I got to do something different. So I like to take the approach that you adjust to me. It's not going to be the other way around.
Perfect. Hey, is Sean there with you?
Yeah, I'm right here.
I see him. There he
Okay,
is.
I didn't see him. So Sean, I'm sorry, I did not mean to neglect you at all. The only picture I saw was Steve. So how are you doing, Sean?
I'm doing great. Steve's much more interesting than I am anyway, so it's okay.
So tell us about you and your affiliation with Steve and ProKenix and what you do.
Yeah, so I run the business side of ProKenix. So Steve gets to have the glory on the court, and then I get to follow the pieces and sell the paddles as he's promoting them. But yeah, I've come on with Steve, pickleballer myself for a couple years now. Of course, knew the Dawsons, played at Bobby Riggs, played multiple in tournaments and kind of worked my way up the ladder. And from my background and business side, I just hooked up with Steve and said, hey, let's do something together with this ProKenix and just take it big, because the paddles are bar none ahead of everything else out there, and just love it. And of course, you know Steve well and the Dawsons, and it's just a great group, a great family, and just a great partner. So I'm excited to be on part. Just came on a couple months ago now, and now running the ProKenix side of the house for the Dawsons and us.
Well, welcome. Yeah.
So I'm sorry, I was gonna say I come from the paintball world. So I was a professional paintballer for 20 years, traveled all over the world playing paintball. And it's interesting now in pickleball, because it's the same initials, PB, paintball and pickleball. But from a competitive mindset, I was just going to add to what Steve was talking about. I think the big thing is your headspace. So like I hear all the time when I go to a tournament that people are like, oh, I know I can play better than that. I usually play better than that, or this and that. But really, if you get your head straight and know it's just another pickleball game, right? Just doesn't matter if you're on center court at the US Open or whether you're on court 16 out at Bobby Riggs. If you play the same way and play within your skill set, that's what's going to make you a champion and make you work up the ladder.
Well, Sean, you're closer. You're probably spent a lot more time with Steve than I have the opportunity to. But next time you and I get together, I need to know the secrets. So far, I have never beaten Steve on the pickleball courts, and that's my goal. So I need to get some inside information from you when we get together.
Well, yeah. The best thing is maybe to tell him the game is at 3:30, but then show up at 3, and then you got him beat.
And then that's probably my best opportunity. It wasn't too long ago that I had sent Steve a picture that I don't know if it was I think it was on Facebook, and it was a couple players that had his paddle. I just want to talk about his paddle line really quick, just for a quick minute.
Sure.
I think they were in the North Pole. Do you remember that, Steve?
I do. That was Tony and Susan Childs.
And they took their paddles to the North Pole, and
Yeah,
they took a picture of it.
Yeah, that was very funny that they did that. It wasn't planned. They just did a surprise on me, and I thought it was hilarious. Those guys do all kinds of travel, and they're going all over the place, and it's just a crazy prank that they did.
What, it was the cover of the Pickleball magazine, right? It was the magazine. We got a blown up version at Bobby Riggs now. That's a great picture.
I loved it. What was so? Describe a little bit about your paddle. I know Steve, you've got a new line coming out. Your paddles are amazing, and I think that's probably maybe gives you the little edge and why you beat me. That's my only excuse. So tell us about your paddles.
Well,
you're going to be.
I guess, Brett, if you want to beat me, you got to use one of my paddles.
I know, right? I just need to know which one. Which one do you use?
I use the Ovation Speed right now.
Okay.
I'm looking forward. We have light versions of those paddles coming out soon.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm probably going to give the lighter one a whirl here as soon as it becomes available. But to tell you about the paddle, I'll tell you two things that make the company unique to me. First, we have the kinetic technology. It's the only shock and vibration dampening system available in pickleball paddles that has actually been tested and verified. The MIT Sports Lab did. And for anyone with a sore wrist, sore elbow, sore arm, sore shoulder, it's the #1 choice for you. They're also high performance paddles. I did not want to get into a pickleball with a paddle that was only used for people with sore arms.
Right.
It has to perform well so that myself and my wife and my son use them. And that's the other thing that makes ProKennex paddles different, is that they're designed by players. The company is owned by players, and we make paddles that we ourselves love and would play with ourselves, as opposed to other companies that might make great paddles, but they're owned and run by businessmen and marketers and directors that really don't even play the sport. We play the sport. We love the sport. We make paddles that we love, with hopes that the public will enjoy them as much as we do.
Well, I'm sorry,
Sean has something to add here.
Yeah, I was going to add. So we have the Speed line of paddles right now, which is our Ovation, which is the one Steve uses, and then the Pro. So there's the Ovation Speed and the Pro Speed. Both of them are available in 3 different colors and available now on our website, which is prokennex-pickleball.com. There you go. And yeah, those are available now. We're shipping now, and we've been shipping for the last few weeks, even through all this. And we're excited. So yeah, we have some new versions of those paddles coming out, but the speeds are so solid, and they've been winning for so long. In fact, Steve, I love your quote. A little while ago, we were talking to somebody, and when he was using the Ovation Speed, he won all sorts of tournaments, and then he started using the demos of the new ones, and he hasn't won a tournament with the new ones yet. So it must be the Ovation Speed that he needs to be using. So we have those paddles in stock now. And also, Brett, I know I don't want to overtake the call, but I'd love to give away a hat just like Steve is wearing, and a t-shirt just like Steve is wearing. Can you show that off to us, Steve, a little bit? There you go. That's the new rotated shirt.
Steve's got to talk in order to get the camera on him.
Go ahead, get Steve talk.
You want to see my shirt?
Yeah.
There's my shirt. It matches our Pro Speed paddle and my little logoed hat. All of that.
Nice. We'll make sure that we give that away.
Yeah, however you want to give it away, we're happy to donate that to you. And I want to echo what Steve was saying is what's great about this company is we just love playing pickleball. And the product is so good that it's so great to be behind a product that is just so solid and performs so well in the sport. But we live it. We think, I mean, Steve's house, you see all these people in his background walking around his house, but those are his family. Each one of them is a professional pickleball player. When we're not in home confinement, every time there's a SoCal tournament, he's got every room and couch and garage filled with professional players because it's the Mecca, and the Dawsons are the Mecca. They have all that knowledge put into these paddles, and they're just great people to be around and a great company to be a part of.
Well, thank you for sharing. Steve, I want to leave you with these thoughts. Are you there, Steve?
I'm here. Yeah, what are you gonna leave me with?
First of all, I remember the last time that you and I did a camp together, one of the questions I asked you was, and this relates to a lot of pickleball players out there, and this is why I wanted to bring this up, is a lot of times, especially as we become tournament players, where we become more competitive, we tend to tie in our emotions in regards to, are we winning? Are we losing matches? Are we getting beat on the courts? And I remember asking you the question about your thoughts about winning or losing or being a champion or not being a champion. And you said, Brett, I am just so grateful just to be standing here playing pickleball. And that resonated with me. So now every time, whether I'm winning or losing, or if I'm frustrated, my thoughts go back to you, of being so grateful that we're just alive in the body, playing pickleball. Life cannot get much better than that. So I wanted to thank you for sharing those thoughts with me. It stuck with me.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Brett.
Thank you for everything that you do, Steve. And hopefully we'll see you on the court soon. And hopefully we can get you back on one of our future pickleball summits.
That would be great. It's nice seeing you, Brett, and it's nice hearing your voice. It's been too long.
We'll get together soon and give my love to the family as well.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was Steve Dawson, an amazing, if you haven't met Steve, one of the nicest pickleball players, one of the nicest people in the world that you'll ever meet, and a great pickleball champion. We're going to be talking next with Janice Mundy from Picklebilly, who's going to talk about free hosting when you're traveling. So whether you're a referee, a player, on the road, sometimes we need places to stay, and sometimes free is a good price. So Janice came up with a website, and we're going to talk about that. Hi, Janice. This is Brett Noel. How are you doing this morning?
Hey, Brett. Good to see you.
Good to hear from you. We get to talk about Pickabilly.
Hey.
How did you come up? First of all, how did you come up with the name of Pickability? And then let's tell our audience members what it is.
Okay.
Why the name?
Well, we wanted to come up with a community website, and originally we thought of the word Picklebee, but that was already taken. So then we came up with Picklebilly, and so we thought a Picklebilly is a traveling pickleball player. So my question to you, Brett, is, are you a Picklebilly?
I am a Picklebilly. As a matter of fact, I spent a lot of time on the road coaching, doing clinics and camps, and a lot of tournaments. And one of the questions I have to ask myself every single time when I travel is, where am I going to stay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I think a lot of people who are playing pickleball are probably in similar situations. Like, you know, our daughters are grown up. We have a house with 2 rooms. So, and we love to play pickleball and we love to travel. So, you know, the reason why we came up with it is we were down in the West Region tournament.
Okay.
And, so we were there for 3 nights and paid our registration fees. And when all was said and done, and this is driving, it was over $1,000. I thought, wow, this is over $1,000.
Right.
And so the other thing is that, you know, pickleball is so social. I've just met so many people. And even down at the West Region, I was meeting people right and left. And so my little brain was thinking, here I am coming down here. Like, it would be so great to be able to stay with somebody.
Right.
The other thing is that, I live in Paso Robles, which is like a gorgeous wine country, like right near the beach. And like, I would be happy to let them come and stay with me. And then of course we'd
Wow.
And talking to different people, I said, what do you think of that idea? And everyone's like, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea.
So pickleball players get to stay for free?
Yeah, so the idea would be you'd go onto Picklebilly, you would create a profile, and let's say you wanted to come to Paso Robles.
Right.
And you would email me and we would talk, and then I would see if I felt comfortable with that.
Mhm.
And then I would invite you up. If you came to stay with me, I would spend an hour, showing you around, telling you about the places to go, maybe set up some pickleball time if you wanted to do that.
Okay.
Basically, you'd have, access to the house, and, you could basically have your vacation and do what you wanted to do. And yeah, so it would be free, but also people can work out their own things. Like, you're a pickleball coach, and so let's just say if I said, okay, Brett, you can please stay with me, and could I have, 2 lessons? Or
Sure.
so people they can work out whatever they want.
So we can reciprocate with a little gift or a thank you or whatever the pickleball player wants to do. No obligation though.
Right.
Oh, perfect. Love it. I've always said that pickleball players are the nicest people on the planet. And I'll share with you a quick story. I was doing a clinic in a town in California, and one of the ambassadors said, you can just stay with me. And so I stayed with them for about 2 or 3 days. But the funny part of the story was that her husband turned to her one night and said, you don't even know who this guy is. You've never met him before. And he could be a serial, she says, he's a pickleball player. And that was like good enough.
Yeah.
And we had 3 days of training and great times, made good friends. And pickleball players are the nicest, kindest, most generous people I've ever met in any sport.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I have met so many people. And the thing about Picklebilly is that it's exciting to think who else I have yet to meet. It's just exciting. And the idea is that, we can have people all over the world, because pickleball is growing so fast, and it is worldwide. Is that, let's go to Paris and go there and have them come here to California. So really, it is saving on lodging, but it's also building on that community and building on the connections.
Right.
Expanding that, which to me is part of life, and to me, it makes my life better.
I love it. I think if I asked my wife if she wouldn't mind flying to Paris to play pickleball with me, I think she'd be okay with it.
Yeah.
Especially if we have hosting. So I love it. What connection do you have with the USAPA and the Western region right now in regards to hosting?
Well, so I'm helping the West region folks establish their housing. So I'm booking the hotels and things for that. Of course, it's being postponed due to the coronavirus. May of 2021. But they have anyone holding a tournament is having to take care of their referees. So they have to pay the referees, and then they sometimes will help with the housing.
Right.
So the West region loves the idea of Picklebilly, because if we can get members to join and then offer to host our referees, then it makes it more affordable for the people having the tournaments, because their referees are taken care of. So on Picklebilly, if you're a referee, there's a special designation that we give you on your profile. And so we're just going to ask members that, if a referee asks to stay with you, if you could please, give them extra consideration and help out, because, we all need that, right?
Absolutely. Is there a website for Picklebilly?
They're definitely, it's www.picklebilly.com.
Okay. So any player in the United States right now can go to that website and then just register as a host?
So you can register just to be a part of the community.
Okay.
So my idea is just to bring the community together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so the thing is that you may want to be a host, but you may not want to be a host.
Okay.
Right? Like you're traveling around the country right now, so you may not be in a position to be hosting. Maybe you're looking for hosts. So a person can join, and then they can either host or not host. Okay, so it's really bringing people together because some people may not want to host, but they may want to go somewhere, and they have something that they could offer that person or work it out to where they could arrange a stay.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect.
So we're on Facebook, Pickleball on Facebook. We're on Instagram. We have a blog, so it'll be weekly blogs.
Okay.
Do I interview you, Brett Noel?
Yes.
Is your interview coming? Yes, it is.
I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yes.
Any surprises along the way?
You know, it was really neat. I was posting on one group on Facebook about Pickleball, and this woman said, "You know what?" She goes, "There is a guy who lives in the villages in Florida, and he's known as Pickleball, and he is this Christian guy who always is helping people to learn the sport." And she goes, "He would be so honored to know that there's a website named after him."
Oh, great!
Next thing you know, he joined Pickleball. And so his name is Billy Pickleball Hartig. And so I just welcomed him. I said, thank you for, being a part of it. And that's the spirit, right? It's hospitality, it's connection, it's giving to others, and, taking this big pickleball world and just bringing it a little bit closer.
I love what you're doing for the pickleball community. In wrapping this thing up really quick, just tell us, how long have you been a pickleball player?
I've been a pickleball player for about 4 years.
Okay, and how did you get into it? Who got you into the sport?
My mother is 89, and she's like, Janice, you need to go check out this pickleball. And of course, like most people, when you hear pickleball, it's like, what is that? Pickleball?
Yes.
What a name. So I went to it. And what I think is funny, Brett, is that pickleball in some ways is so easy and accessible.
Mm-hmm.
And Right,
real easy.
I mean, and so like me, I'm thinking, I can do this. Like I could be good at this.
Yeah.
And I just loved it so much. I took lessons with you, and I've been playing in tournaments. So now I'm at that 3.8 level, just kind of trying so hard to get to 4.
Just to get over to the 4.0.
Yeah.
Well, wonderful. Well, I want to thank you so much for what you're doing for the pickleball community. One more time, can you give our players the website to go to become a picklebilly?
Yes. It's www.picklebilly.com. And, this coronavirus, we're going to get past this.
Yeah, we will.
Let's get ready and get together and play pickleball.
Start hosting and start playing. Look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thanks.
Okay, bye-bye. Well, that was Janice from Picklebilly. It looks like we're going to do some giveaways next. Nothing more fun than giving some great products away. It was nice of ProKennex to give away a shirt. I know they were giving away a paddle, but they threw in at the last minute a shirt and a hat. So we're going to be giving that away today as well. Some more clothing and some great products. So that should be up in just one moment. If you have any questions, we got a couple of great speakers coming up. So hang in there for that. And we'll go for it. We go. Okay, our first winner, Carl Fender from Pickleball Rocks, a $20 gift certificate, $20 value. Thank you again for Pickleball Rocks for everything that you do. Carl Fender is the winner of this particular prize. And then for this beautiful pickleball visor, a $22 value from iDinkwear is Linda Kruger. Linda, thanks for participating in the summit. You are a winner today. Beautiful hat. Love that color too. A $22 value. Linda, way to go. And that's today's second prize. let's see what our next prize is. VitaFlow Sport has been very generous in regards to their donations. This is a VitaFlow Sport Pro Pack. It has both the spray and the cream. Bob Bradley, you are the winner of that particular gift. You're going to love it. I guarantee you. If you're like me, any aches or pains, this is the solution. So thank you, VitaFlow Sport, for making that happen. And then Pickleball Sports Apparel, your everythingpickleballstore.com. Go to that website, Susan Kimball. You're the winner. You are going to be able to look at the women's clothing, ladies bling t-shirts. It's run by Karen Noel. She's did these by hand. So you pick out any bling shirt that you want, and you're going to get that sent to you right away. Susan Kimball is a winner for that Bling Sports. And being so generous, we just got off the phone with Steve Dawson. Jenny Rowley, you are the winner of one of their Ovation speed paddles. I believe this is one of the paddles that Steve was winning with. A lot of medals. It's $160 value in the paddle from Pro Kenix. You're going to love this paddle, and it's unique design and technology. And then again, Pro Kenix was kind enough to give away that shirt that looked good on Steve. You notice how he asked me what type of shape I'm in. I think he was teasing me. But the shirt and the hat, a $50 value. Babs Aguino, you are the winner of this particular piece of clothing. And so you're just going to look on you. Hey, if you saw that video where the nails were shot through the eyewear, you know that your eyes are going to be protected on the courts, whether it's clear, yellow, or dark. Paul Valerius, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. It's a $75 value, Paul. Wear those on the courts. Great from Edge Eyewear, Pickleball Collection. I love their products. And VitaFlow Sport is donating those. So, Paul, you're the winner. And let's see what we got here. Any other winners? We got the PowerPoint program on there. And that might be it. It might not be it. So we are going to go into a couple great speakers, Michelle Esquivel and Dr. Greg is going to be talking next. And then we're going to go live with Scott Moore. Scott Moore is one of the top players in the sport of pickleball. And his topic is going to be pickleball is like fine wine. And we're going to be talking about that. Great subject. But we're going to next talk about a philosophy from one of the top female players in the world, Michelle Esquivel. And then we're going to go over to Dr. Greg right after that. This is Brett Noel. I'm so excited to be here with Michelle Esquivel, one of the top professional pickleball players in the sport of pickleball. Everyone knows who Michelle is, but if you don't, I just wanted to share with you some of the highlights. Michelle is an IPTPA certified instructor, a professional player with Engaged Pickleball, and founder and director of Ultimate Pickleball Academy. We'll be talking more about her academy. This is a clinic that you're going to want to attend if you want to improve your game as a pickleball player. In 2015, Michelle was introduced to pickleball, and within a few years, she decided to teach and play it and became a professional pickleball player. Since then, Michelle has medaled in both singles and doubles at several major professional pickleball tournaments, including the Hawaii Open, the US Open, and Nationals. And probably most important to Michelle, probably not to Michelle, but more to me, is she did compete against me in singles in the desert and wiped my clock 11-0. But she wouldn't tell me the secret of how she did it. And she still is keeping that secret tight. She graduated from Concordia University in Irvine on a full tennis scholarship with a BA in exercise sports science with an emphasis in teaching and coaching. And she has a master's degree in physical education. Michelle, that is a lot of credentials.
Yeah.
Right? It is just amazing. I know you've done camps with Engaged pickleball camps. You've done camps with Level Up. You've done the pickleball getaways, Suncoast Pickleball Academy, and you have a passion for pickleball. And that passion, everyone that knows you falls in love with you, obviously, from the very beginning. but falls in love with your ability to really coach and train and really look at an individual player and see what is going to work for them. And is amazing. And a lot of players are going to learn more about your techniques in the Ultimate Pickleball Academy. So Michelle, you have a philosophy that you shared with me that I think the audience would love to learn about, and it's called the CAP philosophy, C-A-P. Can you tell us what that is, how you created it, and what does it mean to a pickleball player?
Absolutely, I'd love to share that with you guys. This acronym actually came from my tennis teaching days at an academy, and what we taught our students was CAP. And what that means is C stands for consistency, A stands for accuracy, and P stands for power. So when you're drilling or when you're warming up, those are the steps that you need to do in order to develop your skill. So for example, if you're dinking with someone and you're working on really creating a good dink, the first thing that you want to think about is being consistent, right? How many dinks can you get over the net with your partner? Is it 10, 15, maybe 2, 3, 4? Okay. So, when you're working with someone, you want to make sure you're nice and consistent. You're able to build a rhythm and you're able to properly do it with the correct technique. So if you're struggling with being consistent, that's the first thing that you should work on. And that could go for any stroke, for your serve, for your return. I'm just using dink as an example.
Sure.
So once you've mastered being consistent, you're successfully able to get the ball over the net into the kitchen 25, 30 times. You could then work on being accurate with your dinks. So hitting it cross court, right? How many times can you go cross court? How many times can you go to the person's feet? How many times can you go shallow, right? So now you're not working on just getting it over the net. Now you're working on placing that ball in a particular spot so it's to your advantage. And the last thing that you want to think about when you're drilling is the power. And I think what people do when they go out into the court is pack. First it's power, and then all the accuracy and consistency goes out the window, right? So when you're out there, have you seen any students do pack?
Oh, the first thing they want to do is think that power is the first thing that they want to do. But what I really love about your philosophy, especially accuracy, is a lot of students that I've run across, as I'm sure you have, is what I call they do the hit and pray. They just hit the ball and pray that it goes over the net. Please, God, let it go over the net. Please don't embarrass me. Please just, right? And that philosophy in their head of being accurate, just directing the ball of where you want it to go. So when you're on the courts, when you're playing, do you find yourself reminding yourself, or say a beginner player or someone that's maybe a 3-0 or 3-5 player, would you say, in your mind, don't forget pack, don't forget I need to be accurate, or cap, don't forget, we don't definitely want pack, we want cap.
Exactly.
Consistent, be accurate. And a lot of times we talked about the other day when you and I had a chance to converse, power could also might be placement.
Yes, and patience.
And patience, right?
Yes. So we were talking about, so the cap term I usually tell to those beginner players, right? But once you've mastered cap, now when you're getting a little bit more advanced, now you have to be patient with instead of the power, you have to be patient. So now you have to pick and choose as an intermediate or an advanced player which shots to attack and when to attack. And if you have the control and accuracy, now you have to pick and choose at what time you do those things.
Okay.
So does that make sense?
It does. So for most of the players out there, I would say probably maybe 80%, maybe higher, depending on who you're talking to, are probably 3-0 to 3-5 players. The majority that, if I look at a bell curve, you see that the majority of those players are 3-0, 3-5s. Would you say that what is more important than anything else would be them being just more consistent, getting it over, and then moving into the accuracy part of it? but obviously if you can't get over the net consistently, the accuracy is going to be a problem.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
And then the P would be placement, power,
Yeah,
patience,
absolutely.
and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, as a beginner, you're trying to figure out the correct technique in order to be consistent, right?
Okay.
So if you go in and you're missing and you're working on your consistency and you're missing quite a few shots, then you have to go back and look at your technique, see what adjustments you need to make in order to be more consistent. And that's why I love working personally with 3-0, 3-5 players, because sometimes it's just a little adjustment that they need. Maybe it's their grip, maybe it's the preparation of their paddle fees, whatever it may be, because every student is so different. It's really cool to see them see something click, and then all of a sudden they become more consistent, and then they're able to place the ball a little bit better, and then all of a sudden there's control. There's a purpose to the game, which is, you know, having strategy and making your opponent move around, hitting to the weak spot of your opponent. But you have, in order to do all those things, you have to have consistency in your shots, and you have to be able to place the ball. And power isn't everything. And sometimes people think that.
Right?
So it's fun to hit the ball hard.
Oh, it is fun. If I was a player wanting to advance my game, what techniques would you suggest for me to be more consistent? What is it that I can do so that if I said, okay, consistent and accurate, is there any drills, any ideas, suggestions that you can say, okay, this is how you become more consistent. This is what I would suggest that you do to become more accurate.
Yes, absolutely. Let's just take dinking, for example, again, since we've done that. Again, like, you might want to grab a drilling partner, and when you have a drilling partner, you have to understand that you're both working to create something, either it be a rhythm or you're just working on a goal. So sometimes people go out and drill and there's no goal. So I'll grab a partner and I'll start dinking, and I go, okay, let's see how many dinks we could get in a row. And if we happen to get 50 on the next try, we happen to beat that record. So you're really working on just getting over the net. So once I've ended doing that, I go, okay, let's see what we could do cross court. So, because that's a little bit more accurate in where you're placing your dink. So we'll start doing that. That's like for kind of like a beginner intermediate drill. As far as an advanced drill, or maybe more towards the advanced drill, I have little quadrants set up in the kitchen. So I'm not just hitting to the same place every single time. I know Jordan Briones did with Primetime Pickleball did a video on this. We did the video where you're placing your dinks in different sections of the kitchen, so you're able to really master and control that dink. And again, that's a little bit more advanced, and it takes a little bit more skill. But again, working on that patience and being able to really pinpoint where you want to hit that ball is so important.
So Michelle, you are the founder and director of Ultimate Pickleball Academy. I'm so excited about this. Tell our audience about it.
Yeah, I would love to. I finally created my own academy, and since I've been teaching so much with different camps, and I've been getting a lot of experience, I've actually gotten a lot of requests to come out to people's communities and teach at their community, instead of people having to go away from their home and maybe travel and have to like go away for a weekend for a camp or a clinic. This is a little bit cheaper, actually, because people could stay at home and not spend so much money having to travel. And it also, and it also allows everyone in the community to learn the same thing, so everyone's on the same page. And I've had so much fun visiting different areas and getting to know communities. So it's just something that I thought would be a great idea.
I think it's absolutely amazing. And I think you hit it right on the head. The travel expenses, I think there's a lot of players out there that really want the professional instruction that players like you give, but it's expensive. I mean, just the cost of traveling and hotels and food, the fact that you're actually going to them and providing the expertise in their community. And then also you said something that really hit home with me, is that they can take that skill set that you're teaching them and practice with their peers. And so everyone's on the same wavelength, that they're talking about the same thing, they're learning the same thing, they're practicing the same thing. That's
Right.
a gift, Michelle. Thank you for bringing it to our communities.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, what I want to close with is this, is what are the things that you and I have had a chance to talk about before that I think separates you as an instructor and your academy? It is two things. One is there's not one way to teach every player. There's not only one way to play pickleball. There's not only one way to attack a shot or defend a shot. And every player is different. It might have to do with their physical ability. It might have to do with their age. It might have to do with their skill set. And what I love about your coaching technique and what you teach at your academy is that you look at each individual and then you have the ability to really laser in regards to, this is what I would suggest that you try and add to your portfolio, add to your toolbox. And I love that about your teaching technique. And the other thing is in regards to the Ultimate Pickleball Academy, you're doing something that I don't see a whole lot of places doing, is a lot of academies, and there's some great academies out there and great clinics, and they'll say, this is where we're at, you come to me. You're actually taking a little bit different approach where you're saying, I'll come to you. So if you, right? If you are a pickleball player and you want a professional top player in the world to be your instructor, you've got to visit one of our academies and she'll come to you. So if you don't mind, Michelle, I'm going to share with them. Go to ultimatepickleballacademy.com, reach out to Michelle and say, I want you to teach us how to become better pickleball players. Michelle, you're amazing. Thank you for sharing your philosophy. And I look forward to seeing you on the courts. And next time, you're not going to beat me 11-0.
Thank you so much for having me, Brett. You know, this means a lot coming on here and talking about pickleball. It's awesome. And I'm really excited that you're putting this on for everyone. So that's great.
We're honored to have you. We'll see you on the courts.
Sounds good.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. This is Brett Noel with Coachable Pickleball. Today, we're going to be introducing you to someone that you need to be in touch with. The last time I saw this individual was in Casa Grande at Duel in the Desert. He was helping pickleball players, both men and women, with a technique that you're going to want to know about. We're going to be talking to Dr. Greg today. He is a retired chiropractor of over 38 years from Maui, Hawaii. I wish I was growing up in Maui, Hawaii. I'm a little bit jealous right there. He specializes in personal injury, workers' compensation, and sports injury. He's the official chiropractor for the, I'm probably going to not pronounce this right, but the Kapalua Golf and Tennis Club from 1985 to 1996. He's a member of the National Board of Chiropractor Examiners. He's a member of the American Chiropractic Association, and he's a distributor partner with Air Relax Compression Recovery Systems. So, Dr. Greg, what is compression therapy?
Hi, Brett. Thanks for the question. And first off, just let me say aloha to the pickleball community and thank you for the opportunity. But to answer your question, compression therapy is a modality or physical therapy tool that's been used in hospitals for over 100 years. Primarily for post-surgical patients. When they wake up, they put on their sleeves to create compression, circulation to prevent any sort of blood clots.
I see that before. How does compression therapy work?
The way it works is by actually using the technology that we offer, our extremity sleeves for the legs or the hips.
Okay.
And we have what we call a synchronized system of filling 4 chambers in each leg to give you sequential compression, which essentially is like a massage effect. And one of the other things that we'll do is it is actually causing quicker circulation to eliminate any sort of swelling, lactic acid buildup. And what we have found with athletes using this technology is they are able to recover faster. The term that they use a lot is their legs feel fresh after using getting this treatment.
Okay, and so if I was and we're talking to a lot of pickleball players today, if I was a pickleball player and I saw you doing some great work at the last tournament that we were together at, what are some of the benefits of me walking into your booth and saying, we need to talk? What would be some of the benefits as a pickleball player you can say, this is why you need compression therapy?
Thank you for the question, Brett. It's awesome because we get asked that a lot. And when we decided to actually bring our technology to the pickleball community, we saw that the demographics at that point in time was 55 and older. So that basically tells me as a healthcare providers, we're not real spring chickens anymore, and we're going to feel a lot of aches and pains when we do any sort of exercise. So this technology is such a perfect fit for the pickleball players because in the movement of pickleball, there's a lot of bending from the knees. We're using our legs, we're using our buttocks, we're using our hamstrings. And the compression therapy that people come and try, we attack those specific areas. So when we give them a 5-10 minute demonstration, they actually get up and they can feel a significant difference just on the lightness of their feet and legs.
You know, it's funny you talk about aches and pains, especially over 50. For me, next year I get to qualify in the 60 bracket. And every time if I'm just drilling, at the end of that drill session, I'm kind of like walking away limping. My legs are sore, my back is sore, my body is sore. But I just persevere through it. So does compression therapy really work?
Another great question, Brett, because we get asked that quite a bit. And that's why I rely on not only the fact that our device, and I tell customers, players all the time, it's not a gimmick. It's an actual medical device. It's an actual FDA 501k medical device, cleared device that the medical profession has used, again, as I mentioned, well over 100 years. Once we to cross over into the athletic field and have this therapy available for anyone at home, the popularity has just zoomed up to the sky.
Wow, wow, I love what I'm looking at. Is there just one type of compression therapy system, or are there multiple systems? And if there are more than one, how do I choose which is best for me?
Right now, Brett, there are 3, and I just heard maybe a 4th company that has a similar product. And the top 3 that I know about that we personally compete with at the Ironman triathlons, which is really our bread and butter of athletes that we have marketed. But the leader in the field, which I'm not at all afraid to share with you, is called Normatec. They have a huge budget. They're in every pro team that you can think of. And the reason for that is they do a lot of sponsorships. They do a lot of advertising. The other company is called Rapid Reboot. Their budget in advertising isn't as big, but they're out there also. And then you have us. But where we differentiate between the 3 main guys or the 3 main players is Normatec runs about $1,300, Rapid Reboot about $1,000. Our marketing plan for distribution is no sponsorship, no advertisement, but we use distributors like myself to terrace the country in doing events. Our cost is about $550. So we're half of it. And more importantly, our actual device is the highest FDA cleared device as far as millimeters of mercury pressure. It goes up to 230, which is equivalent to about 4 pounds PSI.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Here's a question that comes to my mind. Of course, obviously from people and players like myself that are over 50, this is a must product. This is a must system that we need. What about the younger players, the We see the 19 plus groups. We see the 35 plus groups who maybe at that age they don't feel the pains and aches yet. Would this be an ideal system for younger pickleball players? And when I say younger, I mean under 50.
Absolutely, because the younger players are really tuned in as far as prevention, training harder, and being prepared, because let's face it, the younger players are actually playing for money now.
Yes. Oh,
in
yes.
the pickleball community. So one top player that I follow, I see him using everything from vitamin supplements to massage units, everything in the world, which are a lot of his sponsors. But he is geared in and dialed in with the knowledge of, hey, I need to make my body as good as I can be, because they know for the value of that. On my slide where people are looking, you can see lots of people that are using this, famous athletes to some pickleball people that everyone knows. But
Is that Yoda?
That's Yoda.
That's Yoda. We love Yoda. So Yoda, if you're watching, and you should be watching, good for you. He's a great player.
He's a great player, but even more, he's the most great, humble person I've met in my whole life.
He is. He is. Everyone loves Yoda. And I'm glad to see a lot of these top players are using your compression systems. It's good to know that it's not just for the over 50 group, but it's for, if I'm understanding it right, it's also helps in preventive injury as well.
Correct.
Correct. Love it. Dr. Greg, how would someone get a hold of you or learn more information about these great compression systems?
Thank you, Brett. We have a couple of websites. My personal website is airrelaxaz.com.
Okay.
And our corporate website is air-relax.com.
Wonderful.
And if you don't, but hopefully you'll see me at the pickleball events, because we're really focused in and supporting the pickleball community.
Well, I think the pickleball community is grateful to have you, and we appreciate everything that you do for us. And we thank you for taking the time to share this wonderful product and system with our pickleball players in the community. And if anyone has any questions, they can probably contact you or through the website or through an email as well.
Yes.
Perfect. And thank you, Dr. Greg. We'll see you on the courts.
Thanks very much, Brett. Have a great day. Appreciate it.
Thanks. You
Bye.
too. Oh. Okay, just a quick note on that. There's a promo code PB Summit. If you go to airrelaxaz.com, he's going to give you a $100 discount on that if you use that code. Also, for all the prize winners out there, if you go to hello@thepickleballsummit.com, let us know that you want a prize. We want to make arrangements to make sure that you get those prizes out to you. Our next speaker, the last live speaker of the day, one of the most talented pickleball players in the sport of pickleball, is Scott Moore. And I am going to just tell you a little bit about Scott. He is a 21-time USAPA national champion, 6 gold medals in 6 events in 2016, winner of 12 straight nationals from 2015 to 2017, 11-time US Open and 10-time Tournament of Champions winner, 7-time professional Triple Crown winner. No other pickleball player has ever done more than 2. In 2015 and 2016, he was at the USAPA Nationals. I can go on and on. In 2018, Bend Pacific Northwest Regional 19+ men's doubles 5.0 gold. And that's playing against these 19-year-old young kids. And he's been the #1 overall senior male player since 2014. Just an amazing professional pickleball player. We're honored to have Scott on the program with us today. So we're just looking to get him on and then I'm going to remind Scott of a little story, a little history
I got this.
that we have.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Scott, I can hear you. How are you?
I am great. I know the story you're going to tell, Brett.
Well, here's the story. There's two parts of it. One was I took a clinic with you in Santa Cruz. And Scott, if you ever have a chance to go to a Scott Moore pickleball clinic, you don't want to miss it. Just pearls of wisdom and golden nuggets you can't even carry enough with you. But one of the questions he asked everyone towards the end, I believe it was, is what's your goal? What do you want to accomplish?
No, it was actually the beginning, Brett. The beginning.
Was it the beginning? And everyone was going, I want to improve my dink game. I want to learn the soft game. And I said, I want to beat Scott Moore in singles.
That's right.
And he looked up at me and he said, okay, Brett, I think it was 3 years. In 3 years, I'll see you on center court.
Yep.
Right?
I think your 3 years is up, Brett.
My 3 years is up. So I'm coming after you.
Come on.
But the second story I wanted to share was I did a video, a training video, and I was practicing my down the line singles, my shot, and I had the cones maybe 18 inches from the base, from the sideline. And I was practicing down the line passing shots, and you responded saying that I needed to move those cones closer to the line to beat you.
I think
you remember that?
I think I said you need to hit the line, Brett. So
I need to do something like that. So really, I appreciate your topic. Today we're going to be talking about how, like fine wine, to get better with age. Why did you pick that topic?
Well, I think because a lot of people think just because you get older, you get rusty and you get worse. And I'm going to be a little philosophical here. I'm maybe one of your older speakers and have had quite a journey, and especially the last 6 months have had some lessons that just have had a profound impact in my life. So I believe that if you are proactive and if you're fortunate, that you can actually get better with age. That doesn't necessarily mean just on the court, but off the court as well, which I'm going to talk about quite a bit.
Sure. Well, let's talk about it.
All right.
What are your favorite memories in pickleball and why?
I think you hit on some of them. I cherish 2016 when 3 generations of my family won gold medals at nationals on the same day. Daniel, the 19 plus singles, I won the 50 plus singles, and my stepfather, who's one of my role models because he's 89 now and plays 3 or 4 days a week, he won the 85 plus singles. So I think that's something that may never be done again. 3 generations, same family winning gold at nationals. That was up there. You mentioned Ben 2 years ago with Daniel beating some of the top players in the game. And I think we played Wes and Ashworth in the final. And it was almost so much fun that by the time we won the tiebreaker in the end, I almost didn't care who won. We were having such a great time. But just to get to share that with Daniel. And then in Italy, a couple months later with John at the Italian Open, I actually fractured my wrist during a match, the gold, and came back with John, who had just started playing, and we won the Italian Open together. Just some of the, not necessarily the wins, but getting to share with family are some memories, along with lots of others that I will take with me throughout my entire life.
What are some of the passions and motivations that you have, and how do they impact your life?
Yeah, well, I appreciated that when you asked me to speak, you said, I'd like you to speak on something you're passionate about. And mine, in some ways are not dissimilar from a lot of people. I'd start with, faith, friends and family being huge. I am a serial entrepreneur. So entrepreneurship, have started about 40 businesses or enterprises the last 40 plus years, would be up there. Travel, been fortunate enough to travel to about 65 countries. And just absolutely love that. My travel goal is to stay ahead of my age, number of countries visited. So if you know me, I love to compete. That's something I'm passionate about, playing and competing. I make everything a game. Certainly pickleball's become one of my passions, as well as adventure. And the ones that I'm going to focus on more today would be kind of the fitness and health aspect of, physical wellness, if you will, and emotional wellness. So have become more and more of a passion in my life as well.
And we'll talk about the physical and the emotional information that you want to share in just a moment. But I don't know if it's me or others that have seen it too. You've been a great player for so long, but it just seems in the last few years like you're even getting better. It just seems like, I don't know if it's you're having more fun in the court, but it just seems like, wow, he hasn't even peaked yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. I think I might have missed my prime, Brett, by about 30 years, but I am not limiting myself by age. And you know, it's all relative when you're competing against other people. I'm not doing as well now because these darn 49-year-olds keep aging into my group and getting better and better. But whether I'm actually better or not, I don't know. But I probably am having more fun. Like I said, I'm learning more. I think one of the greatest things about pickleball is that it's a generational equalizer. So I'm having the time of my life, sort of a dream, you know, getting to play with some of the top 20 and 30-year-olds and against them, as well as just continuing to learn. There's so much to learn in this game. It's so deep, it's so profound, and it's challenging mentally. And I love that, the finesse and the strategy and all the things that some of the speakers have talked about in this wonderful pickleball summit that you put on, you know.
It's funny because we were just talking with Steve Dawson, and he was saying, he goes, I'm not as strong or as fast or have as much agility as much as these younger players do. So his strategy is he thinks that the soft game is an equalizer, which gives him the advantage. What's your philosophy for you in regards to what's your approach to playing, competing, and winning against these younger players?
Yeah, well, the young guys actually taught me a few years ago, that I have to learn to play soft. I was, I would just hit through people and was overpowering and, over quicking, kind of using sort of what the speed and power game up until a couple years ago. And I started playing, Kyle and Wes and all these guys that, were so quick that I learned I can't hit it through them. And it actually made me a much better multidimensional player because I had to learn slow. And that was the only way I could actually beat them. And, now it's getting even tougher because they're coming out of nowhere and getting quicker and faster every year. But that is the only way to really equalize those super high speed, fast, quick, young guys. And, I'm glad for it because it's made me a better player, helped me learn that soft game, which I don't like to play, but I know I have to, right? Just to be able to stay on the court with them. So.
And that seems to be a consistency with a lot of the professionals, coaches, and players that we've talked to this last 3 days, how important the soft game is, how important consistency is, and accuracy. And it's not just all power and trying to overwhelm your opponent.
Absolutely not. Which is one of the beautiful things about pickleball, is that you can actually be competitive. My stepdad's a great example. He's almost 90 playing with guys, that are 50 and 60. I mean, they're 3-0s and having a time of their life, but he's competitive with them. And as a 50-something-year-old guy, I'm late 50s now, I can still compete with most of the top 20-year-olds in the game, which doesn't happen in any other sport besides pickleball, by the way. So that proves that pickleball is the game of finesse and strategy, not just speed and power. So it's an absolutely fabulous sport, and we are excited to be part of it for whatever our lifetimes consist of.
No, absolutely. Now, you've in the past, some events in the past 6 months happened to you that really changed your life.
Yeah, I mentioned just getting a little more, reflective, if you will, philosophical, if you will. I mean, one was the birth of my granddaughter. So up until then, I would, after a loss, it would take me a while to recover. Now I can pick up little Holland, and it doesn't matter what happened that day. If I lost, played terrible, what happened, it's like, it's all better. It's my therapy. And that's been great. Also, some hard things. I mean, two of my best friends, pickleball friends in the world, Glenn Peterson and Kyle Klein's spouses are, battling for their lives. And, if you think about praying, pray for those guys. Because
absolutely,
they're special people. A lot of you know them. And it just showed me this is not just about pickleball. There's so much more to life. Pickleball is a great microcosm of life. It teaches us so much. and it's provided for me so many avenues for, travel, adventure, friendships, and so forth. But it's, not just about pickleball. My wife on Thanksgiving was taken to the emergency room with a heart condition. And, for 3 months, we didn't know if she was going to live or had some major heart condition. So I, for the first time in my life, faced, losing my best friend and my mate for life, and have had to come face to face a little bit with my own mortality. So, life has a way of teaching us lessons. The question is, are we listening? And these are some wake up calls for me that have said, hey, I may be a great pickleball player, but how am I treating my partners? I have some regrets, from the past about how I've treated people and not been, the best partner I could be, or a friend to certain people and so forth. So, I think someone said one time that time turns your treasures into trash. And, I look at my whatever, a couple hundred medals I've got in my box, and I'm thinking, is that really all there is? And the answer is no. So it's not about the medals. It's not about winning. There are so many great things with pickleball, but you got to look deeper. You got to really examine why you're doing it, and just take it a step deeper, not just about the pickleball, not just about the winning.
And I can relate to that. As a matter of fact, I had a really short conversation with Steve today in regards to an experience I had with him where, as a lot of us pickleball players, especially the tournament players and the competitive players, we get frustrated, we get angry if our partner's not doing what they're supposed to do, or if we're losing a match, or if we're losing a tournament. And I remember having a conversation asking Steve specifically about his emotions in regards to losing tournaments or a partner that's not holding their share. And his response to me was basically, Brett, life is too short.
Yep.
And life is great. And the fact that we're just even playing pickleball is a gift. Be grateful.
Absolutely. I love it. Steve's a great role model and friend, and it's a good reminder for me too, to keep it in perspective. So thanks, Steve, for that one.
And first of all, our prayers go out to your wife and Peter and Glenn and everyone. We're dealing with this pandemic that's going on. Yep. Health is so important.
Absolutely.
I mentioned earlier about, it seems that your level of play, you haven't peaked yet. It seems I've noticed myself, because I've known you for so many years, it's almost as if you're getting healthier, or more stronger, or in better shape. What are you doing?
Well, I think, health has become, extremely important to me, but I'm a simple person. I believe in the KISS, keep it simple, stupid philosophy. So
yeah,
really I have boiled health down to 3 things. And here are the 3. Number 1 is water. Okay. 60% of our bodies are made up of water. This is the purifier, the hydrator, the cleanser for everything we do, like nothing else. So 90% of the liquids that I put into my body is water, pure and plentiful as possible. And I drink 7 glasses a day. I believe in it so strong. And that it looks like this. I get up in the morning, drink a glass of water. Sometime, mid-morning, late morning, have another glass of water. Sorry, after breakfast, have a glass of water. Mid to late morning. After lunch, I don't drink with meals because you want your system to be able to digest quicker. But so after this digested lunch, have another glass of water. Late afternoon, have a glass of water. After dinner, have a glass of water. And before you go to bed, have a glass of water with some supplements and vitamins and other nutrition that I take there. But that's 7 glasses of water every day. Flushes the system, hydrates, keeps you supple rather than brittle. And I think that's one of the key ingredients. Number 2 is food. And I believe in moderation here. I am not perfect by any means. My vice in life is sweets. So I struggle not to eat them 7 days a week. But and my wife happens to be a great cook, so that doesn't always help. But it's all about moderation for me. So I'm on a low sugar. That for me, that's just 2 or 3 days a week. Low carb, cutting back on the bread, pasta, rice, and potatoes to once or twice a week rather than 6 or 7 times a week like I could do and used to do. Cutting down on red meats once a week, maybe twice a week instead of, again, 6 or 7 times a week. And cutting down on the alcohol, once, twice a week, have a glass of wine. instead of, you know, more. So those are pretty much what do it for me. Again, it's not religious, but I feel better, and I think I live better because of those moderations. And then the last thing, number 3, is high intensity exercise. I mean, I think that has become one of, if not the most important thing that you can do. My good friend and training partner, Bill Muno, gave me a book called Younger Next Year. I read it over the holidays. And just to break it down, these guys said the most important thing you can do for your health, period, is 1 hour a day, 6 days a week of high intensity exercise. And I went, wow, that's profound, but wow, who can do that? You know, that's pretty tough. So I actually have found a shortcut I'll tell you about in a minute that helps me to do that and get the benefits.
No, it's great that you mentioned that, because it adds to what Steve made a comment that said that our physical condition should be better than our skill in pickleball. We should be physically fit more than we are in regards to our ability to play pickleball.
Yep.
Which is what you're emulating right there.
Yes.
Can you give us some examples of the physical aspect? You said 1 hour. What would be some high intensity? And is a pickleball game considered high intensity?
Good question. You know, and I've always said, just to agree with what Steve said and what you're talking about, and I always taught my boys as we played tennis and volleyball and all the sports, you know, growing up, is that champions are made off the court. Really, nobody really sees what I do behind the scenes. I mean, they can see, you know, whatever medals and titles and so on and so forth, but they don't really see what is going on. I think, you know, there's a lot of talented people out there, but at the end of the day, it's those that persevere that usually end up winning because they've paid the price. And, you know, there's a lot of talented people out there. So for me, you know, I have been training 5 days a week on average for the last 5 years. I didn't lift a weight almost until I was 50. And then once I realized I could be a national champion, I started taking, you know, my fitness seriously. So I did the whole gym routine for 5 years and worked out and got stronger, lost 20 pounds, you know, got a trainer, all that good stuff. So I got to what I thought was a really great level of fitness, but I still realized there was something I was missing. So I've been looking for other aids or ways to get better. A year and a half ago, somebody told me about blood flow restriction training. Looked it up. It actually was invented in Japan 50 years ago, where I raised my family. And I tried these bands on that were made by a company called B3. And I went down and did a workout, you know, in Dallas with the CEO afterwards, a 20-minute workout. Couldn't, you know, I normally do 45. After 20 minutes, I could barely crawl out of the gym. But the next day it shocked me because I couldn't walk. I was so sore.
Wow.
So I called the guy up and said, "What did you do to me?" He said, "Well, all we did was take the oxygen level in your muscles to a lower level than you've ever gone before." And I went, "Wow, I didn't even lift a weight. Are you kidding me?" He said, "No." So I bought the bands, started using them at home in my basement. No longer did I have to go to the gym. 5 weeks later, I went back to Dallas, did an even more intensive exercise. Again, was crawling out of there. But the next day when I called and told him how I was doing, I was like, "You're not going to believe it." He said, "Yes, I do. You don't have any soreness or any fatigue." I said, "How'd you know?" And he said, "Well, you've adapted. Your body has adapted and gotten stronger." So a month later at Nationals, I literally felt like I was cheating. This is 2018, because I had no fatigue through that entire tournament. And the other guys, especially in singles, were dying. I felt like I was walking a dog in the park. And I realized it was because my muscles had adapted. It was like when I moved to Colorado 15 years ago, I could barely run when Daniel and I were out there playing tennis because my lungs weren't used to it. But after a few months of playing in Colorado, I no longer felt the lack of oxygen. My lungs adapted. What these bands did for me was bring my muscles and my cardio fitness up to what Colorado had brought my lungs. So at 58 years old today, I believe without a doubt, I am in the best overall shape of my entire life. So that may be what you're noticing. And what a lot of people have said, "Wow, that's how do you do it?" This is my secret weapon. The nice part about it is I only have to work out 15 to 20 minutes a day. You know, they're advocating 60 minutes. Nobody, I don't think, hardly can do that, but 15 to 20 minutes a day, anywhere I go. I got my gym in my bag with no recovery because I'm not micro tearing muscles anymore like you do with weights. It's
right,
all,
right.
right. I have no recovery time. So I can do that every day. And as a matter of fact, I've done 21 days straight now. I'm on a 30-day challenge for April while we're stuck at home. And I'm, again, getting in better shape, getting better, even though I can't play pickleball because my fitness is getting better this month.
I have one of our audience members just sent me a question. She wants to save time at the gym. How does she get a band?
You know, I do promote them. I want her to do the research first. Go to scott.getonthebands.com and watch the 5-minute video that'll explain this technology and the benefits. One of the main benefits is human growth hormone. This is the best way to naturally get it to secrete in your body, which is good for your immune system, by the way. Your bones, your heart, and everything else helps you create, you know, more elastic blood vessels. So do that. I've got a little special price. They're like $420, but I've got a special 10% discount for anybody that came to the summit. So they can email me at pickleballscott@gmail.com if they have any specific questions, but it's all over the web. This is a training aid that has changed my life. I totally am all in and believe in it. And, you know, you can try them before you buy them. So yeah, check out the research and it's pretty crazy.
They'll be glad to know that. Is there anything else that you'd like us to know about how we can be the best that we can be before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of your speakers have talked about, I mean, I love the physical side of it, you know, and continuing to learn and training. Another training tool I have, you can see my wrist, is called a high-speed hand speed trainer. So I put weights in my wrist when I train to make it more difficult for me and slow me down. There's a little weight. I usually have 16 to 24 ounces. So it's like playing with 3 or 4 paddles when I play. This also has prevented injury, I believe, in my shoulder. A lot of people have elbow injuries by strengthening my forearm and my shoulder, especially on an overhead and so forth. So this is a great aid for, you know, just protecting your arm, which is your most valuable weapon in pickleball, strengthening the forearm, shoulder, and getting quicker reflexes. Somebody asked me about that at a clinic a few years ago. How do you work on your reflexes? I found this and it was like, yes, that's it. And then, you know, the other part is the mind. How do you get better at your mind? Daniel and I actually had a blast last year making a video series. It's the most systematic, comprehensive video series online there is. It's called High Performance Pickleball Academy. We're selling them like hotcakes right now because people are at home wanting to get better at their pickleball. So check that out, highperformancepickleballacademy.com. And its simple system has all our secrets that we've learned over the past 6 years. Daniel's also a 6-time national champion, and all put together. The nice part about that is as compared to a camper clinic is you can watch it over and over and over again. We give you all the drills, all the games. Our forte is making games out of drills, so it's fun. And you can go and watch it, go practice, come back and watch it again. It's reflective, not like a one-time camper clinic. We do those too. But I think that's why people love it so much. You can watch it in the comfort of your own home anytime, and it's great. That actually Academy, all of our secrets, it's 3 days camp worth of material, is only $197. But if you buy it as part of the Pickleball Summit, we're going to throw in a hand speed trainer or a free lesson, $65 value for the hand speed trainer. And all you got to do is write pickleballscott@gmail.com. So that's my little entrepreneurial passion, getting involved there. Their products and this service or academy that I think will change your game, and that's why I mention it. And you can check it out online or email me for that.
Well, I appreciate that, because my next question was going to be, I want one of these high speed trainers or hand speed trainers.
I'll send you one. Yep.
I appreciate it, Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time today. The first question I asked you when we first talking was, are you a Hall of Famer? And
yeah, not yet.
Not yet, but you will be.
I'm not ready. I'm still trying to compete at the top level. I know there are people in the Hall of Fame that are still competing, but it's, to me, the legacy speaks for itself. I don't really focus on that, but like I said, I'm having the time of my life, and we're trying to empower people to be the best they can be, and that's really what the fitness bands are all about: empowering people to take responsibility for their health and fitness.
Yes.
And it's all about, if you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, do something about it. Procrastination is killing us. And so I just want to challenge you, you personally, Brett, as well as everybody listening. You can't take your health for granted. There's things you can't do things about, but what you can do something about, do it. So make it. Pickleball's about being the best you can be. This is a great vehicle to do it. Lots of opportunities. So go for it and keep on swinging.
Well, that's what this summit was all about, was about giving our pickleball community some tools, some sources to go to in order to improve the game, to be better, not only as a pickleball player, but be healthier as an individual. And we're so grateful that you're here with us, Scott. Thank you for everything that you've done to the pickleball sport. You're a legend already. You got my vote for Hall of Famer. So
my pleasure. Absolutely a blast being with you, Brett. I look forward to you coming out here and taking on that challenge to see if you can beat me. So I think the 3 years is up. So let's do it.
And let's do it.
Open it up next week. So we're going to be back on the pickleball courts. So
I'm hoping.
Visit.
All right.
Oh yeah. Last thing I'm going to say is we are also going to build a pickleball world-class destination resort in Prescott, Arizona next year.
Oh, nice.
It's called aspiresports.com. So be on the lookout for that. We'll have 100 RV spots, 50 casitas, 20 something indoor pickleball courts, along with a world-class gym and all that kind of stuff. Very excited about that. And we'll tell you about that next time.
Look forward to it. And hopefully we'll get you on one of our future summits again, get you back with us to talk a little bit more about pickleball.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, have a good one. Well, that was an amazing conversation with Scott Moore, one of the most medaled top players in the sport in the history of pickleball. Hope you got some information from that. It's been a great 3-day summit. We're not over yet. We just want to bring some of our sponsors, some of the people that made this happen on, just to say our last thoughts with you. I wanted to thank all the pickleball players out there, the community. We love you guys, and we just wanted to bring some value to you. Vita Sport. It's been a long day. So all of our sponsors, Dave from Vita Sports, Steve Taylor from Digital Spatula.
Hey, Brett.
Hey. Welcome. Hey, how you guys doing?
I even made an appearance.
That's right. We got Terry online. We're wearing our safety glasses just so we stay safe over here, since we're not really socially distanced.
Oh, smart.
We're misbehaving.
So what would you like to say to our people out there, our fans, our audience?
I just want to say thank you to everybody that came and spent time with us the last 3 days. I want to thank all the speakers that joined us. It's been an incredible event. But I also want to throw a big shout out to all the people that were in the live chat, either answering other people's questions or asking questions or making great positive comments. It was really inspiring to watch that area and see how excited everybody is about pickleball.
You know, we got a lot of feedback. A lot of people love this summit. We do plan on having another pickleball summit. What I wanted to ask the audience members is to put into our chat so we can take a look at, or to maybe email us. Are there any particular players or coaches that they would like to see live at our next Pickleball Summit? Let us know.
Yeah, that's great. And you know what, if people would email at hello@thepickleballsummit.com, that comes right to us, and we can figure out, take any kind of, and if they want to make comments, we're actually going to send out a survey to all the people that registered, and so that we can get some feedback, because we were excited about this. It seems everybody loved it, and we just want to make it better and better, because we're going to keep moving this forward and keep bringing great content to everybody out there.
Yeah, this was our very first Pickleball Summit, very first time doing this, and we just wanted to give to the pickleball community, give some knowledge, some information, some guidance, and we hope that we accomplish that, and we hope to see you all at the next Pickleball Summit.
By the way, Brett, great job on all this, and
That's
hope
right.
everyone found it informative. So see you guys out on the court.
All right. Thank you, guys. Hopefully we'll see you in the court.